I did it. Hi.
Hello, Joe. Are you enjoying your day today? The spring in your step.
Yes, I did. Just came back home. Been outside because it's like the first warm day in
Yeah,
Germany for like the whole year.
same here. Been melting.
Hey Mox, you have your mic open. Just say something.
I dare you. Yeah, we've got to go down the list,
Something.
and everybody one by
I
one.
won't.
Some people use push to talk. Other people have a button on their microphone themselves, so that their microphone seems open on Discord doesn't mean that they're interfering.
Yeah, I thought so. Just making some fun. Do we have a Verus song already? We have to decide one at some point.
They're interfering.
Yeah, I thought so. Just making some fun. Do we have a Verus song already? We have to decide one at some point.
Happy birthday to Verus, and congratulations to everybody who showed up today, who was able to make it.
They're
It's a
interfering.
very exciting time, I'm sure, for everybody, and
Yeah, I thought so.
thought I would
Just
fill some of
making
the
some
air
fun.
with a bit of excitement and joy and appreciation for everybody who's part of the community
Do we
and
have a Verus song
makes
already?
this like
We
one of
have
the
to
best
decide one
places
at
to
some point.
be. Congratulations. And to all the hard work. Happy birthday to Verus, who and congratulations designed to everybody and engineered who and showed up today, who was able to make this all happen is incredible. Thank you.
Your mic is off, Chris.
Oh yeah, sorry. I said thanks, Ihulano. You put things into words which a lot of people struggle to, put on these things, and it's you know, it was well good to hear your voice. I found the chords to a happy birthday anyway, so I can play it on the guitar.
Oh.
Shall we do that on the end when we want the room to be cleared?
Yeah, when we want to get rid of people. Playing the harmonica. Yeah, so the
So I'm tenor voice. What are you singing?
alto
Very well.
or
I would
baritone.
have. I would have if we wouldn't have found another one doing it.
How many other coins use proof of power the same as Verus? Answers in the chat.
The questions channel,
Oh yeah, we got a question.
or which channel? I don't know.
Yeah, I think for the questions, if you can read them out and copy them in there, makes it quite makes the overview pretty good. What question we are, what the last question was, if people step away.
Is it me or the GIFs not working in the questions channel? They just come up as links. Could just be me.
No, I can't see them either.
Yeah,
Me
it must be a
neither.
special channel where.
No, normally they work, but it could be because of the server load we're creating right now with all the people in the chat.
Yeah, same with this one. I don't know. They did a while back.
Let me see. Maybe I need to adjust a thing in my Google.
A screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot.
Of a screenshot. Embed links. No.
Yeah.
There it is.
How many times can we get that screenshot to be nested in?
A lot of times, I think.
Photocopy of a photocopy.
Yep. Okay, now the tenor links show properly, at least for me.
I don't smell like Ronaldinho. Maybe. Yeah, anyway, sorry. Is everyone having a good time? I hear clanking.
Something's wrong. Something is wrong. Why can't we? People seem to enjoy the reward channel now.
Oh, what's in the reward channel, everyone? Let's have a look. Wow. Flash in the cash.
Flash in the
Everyone
cash.
go there. Look. Verus coming out your ears.
Yep. Told you we would have some rewards. Missing access. Okay, that one I'm gonna delete because it didn't work. Because the rights weren't. That's a good one, Ben Hammer. The tip bot was banned from not tipping anymore. I'm gonna try it again. Sorry. We would have some rewards. That's always the fun when putting in a new channel. Missing access. Okay, that one I'm gonna delete because it didn't work. Because the rights weren't. Not too much and not too little. That's a good one, Ben Hammer. The tip bot was. Let's see if it runs now.
Oink has
Nope.
called a thunderstorm.
Nope.
That was years
If it
ago.
doesn't show an emoji, don't bother putting one up. Yeah, the owner stopped it. It was a joke, Shreyas. Missing access. Okay. Permissions. Let me put in the tip bot. Nope.
While Oink is working on that, I'll take a moment just to guess they hang up happy birthday to everybody. Verus. But I was going to say, welcome everybody, and I appreciate your patience while we get everything set up and get moving. I know some people are on YouTube live watching this, and if you're there, please come join us in Discord. At some point we'll be giving out or collecting people that were here. You have to come in and sign up. Where is it, Wink, exactly? It was under the welcome page. You have to select the role.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys can just make sure to select the role once you join Discord, and then you'll be able to join the live stream. And if worst case scenario and you're unable to get in, make sure to get the role so that you get the ID. That's an NFT commemorative ID that will be given out for participating for today. So keep that in mind if you're over there on YouTube. And if we run out of room or overflow, will be YouTube. So you can still participate, but make sure to come over to Discord and get the role so that you'll get your commemorative ID. All right, I'll let Winker or Chris take over. Thanks, everybody.
Yes, this tip is legitimate.
Yeah. Have you tried using the GUI wallet to do the PBAS, add PBAS chains, everyone? That's easy just to add quantum, just as you add like Ethereum or Bitcoin into the wallet. Quantum and Gravity are PBAS chains, and you can
Okay, happy to show. Who's going to show that, Chris? You're muted.
Oh, sorry, I'm on mute.
I just wanted to say we see your mouth moving, but don't hear what's coming out of it.
34 past. Yeah, yeah, if you can do it for me, I've only got the last wallet iteration. It's not synced, so I've synced.
Yeah, Chris, if you want to, I do have a sync daemon here. I can show that if you want to. Oh, Chris ran away again.
Sorry, I'm having connection issues. Yeah, if you can show, please. My last daemon I have is the last. I've got my main net up, but not test net. So
I need to check.
be good. I've sent you
Yeah.
that. Sent you that the background in case my internet goes down because it's just
Understood. Understood. Yeah, you are cutting in and out. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share my screen. Where is it? Where is it? It's not visible. Okay. Screen one. Up. Okay, let's see if my internet connection is sufficient for this. Can everyone see my screen? Because I can't look at Discord right now.
yeah, I can see it loud and clear.
Yes, this tip is legitimate. Okay, I hear myself echoing. There are a couple of ways to do that. The easiest way is in the wallet. You can go to the wallet dashboard and you see what you have running. And you can see I have 5 chains running. And I happen to know there is a 6th chain available. Oops, I go to add PBAS chains. If I'm going too fast, please speak up. And there's a new chain which is called Now, which we are going to add right now. Generally, these options you leave alone unless you want to start staking and mining right from the start of startup, which I do not want right now. And as soon as I click OK, you see it appearing in the bottom left with the spinning circle. And the spinning circle generally means it is not fully synchronized and up to date yet. And all you need to do right now is wait for it to completely sync up. And that is how you start a chain. It's now starting to sync. The first block generally takes a bit longer because it's looking for peers that can supply it to Genesis block. It's doing a couple of checks in the background. The first block takes the longest generally. And as you can see, I got a lot of currencies. And if I click on Verus VRC test, you can see that I have already a load of other currencies loaded up, some with funds, others completely empty. Now, how do you get those currencies in your wallet? For that, you need to go to Multiverse. And what you can do is Verus testnet. You can either search all 75, but you need to be in Verus testnet for this. And there's basically a list of all currencies available. And everyone that has a node, you can add currency. And you see my desktop. I'm running right now on a remote connection, so this is not my own desktop. So it's a bit wonky every now and then. And you can just add the currencies one by one. And if you say, okay, I'm no longer interested in having chat2 listed, or I don't want to have anything to do with DGen or DIDA SDSD, you can say, okay, I'm not going to have them. Or if you have dude and you sold all your dude and you say, okay, I don't like dude anymore, the dude chain, not the dude character, you can remove it here. So this is basically the place where you can fully control what you see in the drop down, and that is basically this drop down. Now you see here the transparent balance that is shown in Verus test. And as soon as I select something else like euro, it shows the euro balance here. Mind you, it will still show the Verus test on top. And in the Verus main case, you need to just think just Verus, not Verus test. And that is basically how you add and remove any currencies from your wallet. And what you can do is say, okay, I don't want to go over other ones. I can look at all the gateways to other chains or to other stuff, or pools that contain a gateway. Standalone currencies. Standalone currencies are basically just made, and they need a liquidity pool in order to be able to change into them. So, for example, BTC is standalone. It is, when it was created, it was not linked to anything else. It was created with a certain supply, and because of the fractional currencies that we've created, the pools, like this one, Verus BTC, you can exchange Verus, or you can convert actually Verus into BTC and BTC into Verus. Does that raise any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Oink. Can you show us the visualizer? Is that possible too? The one that
Yes.
shows like all those currencies you were just talking about, and it shows it visually and what's connected and that sort of thing?
Yeah. I just clicked it. It'll take a bit to load up, especially because it's running on a low memory system over a network connection. So this is an RDP network. Unfortunately, making it large screen doesn't help. But this is basically an overview of all the networks, all the tokens and coins, and how they're connected. So in red here on the right, you see the quantum chain, and in light blue you see the chips 10-second chain, and you see that the quantum chain is connected using the bridge quantum to Verus test, and it also has USD in it. So you can go from quantum directly to USD or directly to Verus test using the bridge. And as a difference, if you see the now chain, whoops, where is it? There is it. The now chain is connected to Verus test and silver. So if you have now and you want to buy silver, you have to go through the bridge, through the roundabout .now bridge, and go into silver. And so every token, every currency on the Verus test chain itself is reachable within 2 conversions. If they're not directly convertible, for example, I want to go from gold to the Great British Pound, and gold is here in the bottom, and Great British Pound is on the top. And there's no direct route, so you need to go through Verus test and then to Great British Pound. Or you can wait until someone sets up a liquidity pool that contains both Great British Pound and gold. Is that what you wanted to see, Giuliano?
Yeah, that's great. It looks amazing. It's so cool to see it in a different format, and how they're all connected. And it helps. Your explanation is helpful to see how the whole network kind of and convertibility works.
Yeah. So basically, the convertibility, and this is also very important. You see that you can convert between tokens on Verus through the pools. But basically, if you go to another chain, you'll also go through a pool. For example, if you look here, we got Andromeda, a separate chain, and that has a pool Bridge Andromeda. And it also has QG and Andromeda. Okay. Yep. I was afraid of that. My connection to my remote desktop was lost because it's just too heavy on the system. And I don't seem to be able to. Yeah.
I've got a question. So if I want to start merge mining when mainnet is arrived, do I need to add a PBS chain at my wallet tab, but not at the multiverse tab? So I don't need to add Verus test again or anymore.
No. Verus test. What I show right now is because we don't have any PBAS chains on the mainnet right now, so I'm showing it on testnet. But basically, if you want to solo merge mine, and that's
with my PC, yes.
You need to add it as the way the first thing I showed, add a PBAS chain.
Add a PBS chain at the wallet tab, not the multiverse tab.
Correct.
All right. Then just as soon as someone released the PBAS, then it will just show up at the PBAS tab in my wallet.
Yes, indeed. It will show up as soon as the chain is aware. It doesn't even need to be running yet, not need to be activated, but it will show up as soon as it's known on the chain.
Thank you very much.
There's actually there's been a lot of work that went into making the pools ready. It is possible to mine to a pool, but you gotta be aware that the pool pays out to a single address. So if you are merge mining to a pool, or even you're mining to a pool and that pool is doing the merge mining part of you, you need to be aware that the payouts of the PBAS chains goes to the same address as on the main chain. So if you are mining to R123, that's not a valid address, I know, on the main chain, then you'll need to import that address, import the private key of that address on the PBAS chains as well to be able to do anything with the rewards from the pool.
Okay. So will Verus desktop when I solo mine with my PC and I started 22 chains mining, will it simply block the 23rd chain so I can't click like mining at this 23rd chain, or how does it work? I mean, there must be a blocking system that I could, if not, I could mine 100 chains, I guess.
Yeah, maybe there will be an error message or something that says you
Yeah.
you can only mine up to 22 or something like that.
I guess so. Okay.
Likely only the wallet devs like Michael Jr. or Mike could answer this one, I think, because we're not expecting to have like 24 PBAS chains anytime near. So probably it's a purely hypothetical question for now. But yeah, at some point could happen.
I think I'll just, if you can hear me, by the way, happy anniversary for everybody. This is Mike. There's only 22 spaces for slots for merge mining in the block header. So it is possible. I don't know how the GUI handles it. It is conceivable that the GUI could just let you add a 23rd. And if it does, it will knock out another one of the other 22 because there just isn't space for more than 22.
Okay,
so
then it would be smart to simply add them up.
Yeah, I don't know though, because I haven't tried to enter 23 on the GUI. I know that it can't do any harm if it tries to enter another because the GUI is basically just asking the daemon to add another. And I know that if there are 22 and they're full in the daemon, there is an error that says, too many chains. So I
Yeah.
would imagine that you would probably just get that error, but you also can replace one with another. So
Yeah, I guess the smart way is to simply don't add a 23rd chain. I mean, if 22 work, that's evolutionary for itself already.
yeah, it's just the 22 spots are there in the header. As far as I think it was Joe said that we don't expect 26 anytime soon. I mean, I don't think that there are probably going to be a lot of chains right away. We don't have full control. I mean, we don't have any control over that because it's a permissionless system. But
Yeah.
in the chains that I know that people are planning to launch, I think we're probably going to have a few weeks before the ones that I know of actually launch. And I think that I mean, it is possible people could just come and start launching chains, and we could have a whole lot soon. But I don't know. I don't see why that would happen right away. I think that the good news is that if we ever need more space for more bandwidth and anybody needs to do a giant launch of something that would completely clog up the entire Ethereum ecosystem, no sweat, just make a new chain, launch everything on the chain, or use one of the existing chains that aren't as busy, or do it on Verus, and I'm sure the fees will go up to some degree, but lots of different choices. So I'm gonna actually take a few minutes still and kind of get fully awake and let other people talk for a little while I'm doing that. I just heard that question, thought I might be able to help answer a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
thanks very much.
and congrats everyone. I mean, I probably should wait until I have a little coffee before I say much more, but congrats.
Okay,
And
thank you,
thanks
Mike, for
yeah.
for this, and have a hearty coffee. It's a Sunday morning for you, so I can recommend something like an Irish coffee or in that spirit.
Thank you.
Okay. IJsveld. IJsveld asks in the questions channel, does the wallet that remain as backup, or does each PBaaS chain have its own? Each PBaaS chain has its own. And that's basically going to be in a folder which is called Verus / in your either in your home folder, in your library support, I believe on Mac, or in your app data folder on your Windows. It's going to be called Verus / PBaaS, and then you have a set of subfolders, and those subfolders have non-human readable names. And that is to avoid any complications if there are chains spun up with spaces, weird characters in them. So they're hex. But basically, all those long names have a wallet dot, and each PBaaS chain has its own wallet dot. So you'll need to make a backup of all of them. So that's a bit of extra work, and I'll have to actually adjust the backup wiki for that to include that once PBaaS is live and we have the first chain. It's a good question, actually. I think I'm going to reward.
Can I add to that, because I think it's a really good question, and I think that as a general rule, if people really start thinking of this as these are not side chains, they're not sub chains, they have names that are like starting with the Verus root, but they're independent, completely independent, fully functional blockchains that are connected and that can merge mine with Verus, but they're independent. They're, in the past, it used to be people would just go and they would, fork Bitcoin, or they would fork Zcash, or in Komodo, they would fork Komodo, and then they would start a project, and that would be their entire network in their entire project, and all chains were just basically standalone. And now people can still start their own project, or a community can start their own blockchain, or they can, start something that is an independent blockchain. They don't need to go and spend the first 2 years of their existence with everybody in their community trying to figure out how they're going to get on an exchange, because they have all of that is just all built into the ability to convert and exchange. They don't have to go and try to get, cooperation with other groups, because every project in the across the Verus ecosystem has an interest in making sure that their underlying code base is in sync with everybody else's as much as is reasonable, so that they can benefit from all the work across the entire ecosystem, and we have a flywheel that works across everyone. But the project and the blockchains themselves are still fully independent, and that means that they have their own wallet.dat, they've got their own folder, they've got their own separate location, and no matter what happens to any other chains or to any other things in the network, their blockchain is still their, an independent blockchain. And so Point just explained where you can find the folder with all of the different independent blockchains and their wallet.dat. But anytime you think about, is this something that is connected or really part of the Verus blockchain? They're not really part of the Verus blockchain. They are launched from the Verus blockchain. They're connected to the Verus blockchain, but they're part of the entire unlimited scale PBaaS network. They operate on the same software unless they decide that they want to do work on it that makes it different. And they can do all of the same kinds of things that you can do on Verus, and with the notarization and the auto notarization, they're connected. Anyways, probably I need some coffee. I just wanted to add, because if you think about it that way, some of these things will just become clear as to why it works that way. Frank, I didn't mean to stop you from talking. Just wanted to add that to it.
That's my first time attending this meeting, actually, and it's just such a pleasure to hear you talking, Mike, about this really, really revolutionary and damn great project, man. Just wanted to say my thankfulness.
Thank you, and thanks for joining on this day.
Great day.
Thank
This
you.
is great day, man.
Yeah.
2 more days, yes, but anyways, the 5th anniversary, man.
No, this is the party. I mean, I'm excited for this party to happen, to exist. It was like I said, it was 5 years ago that we finished and were able to actually launch the network. And so yeah, the activation of PBaaS is in 2 days, but that release is out, and in a certain way it's kind of matched, it's matched in a certain way. There's a certain kind of rhyming over the time. So yeah, incredible day. Thank you.
It's like the psychotherapist Carl Gustav Jung had described this phenomena called synchronicity. Synchronicity, yes. This just remembers me of what you just said about the 5th anniversary and just the release coming to the kind of same date. This is nice, a good sign, I guess, from this.
Yeah, and that we did, as a community, we targeted for the activation date today, and we have moved it out, a couple of days, but nobody did anything that I know of except work as hard as they possibly could. And it's just kind of interesting that we finished in 5 years to the day, basically. It's really kind of
It's
amazing.
like an energetic synergy to the universe, kind of. Because this project, man, it's like really revolutionary for the internet. I just realized it again. I mean, I was already into Verus. I found out about it from a friend of mine, and 2 years ago, kind of. But I'm just a crypto noob, and as I worked through the website and through informations in the of the Verus network the last 2 years, I had 2 points where I just realized, man, this is even greater than I have realized months, the last couple of months. Just amazing, really.
Well, thank you. One thing that I always think about now, because on the verge of this unlimited scale activation, one of the things that I think about is if you just consider what, everybody's on Twitter talking about, oh, we got to do this for scaling, or we got to do this for, to give MEV back to. Basically, the big challenge is they just don't understand. They literally just don't. They're saying they need all these things, and all they'd have to do is look, But here's but here's the interesting thing is that I don't believe that I don't believe at all that there is any other network in the world that provides an unlimited scale, provable, connected public network. I actually don't believe there is such a thing except for the Verus PBS network at all. And it's exactly what we need to have training data for AIs, to have scalable, self-sovereign financial systems and identities for everyone in the world. And there's literally, as far as I know, there isn't any other network that can even do that. There just isn't.
Yeah, that's what I told my friends too. Just yesterday, it's just there is no other project that did it like. I'm missing my words, man. It's like just a revolutionary period. This is the best word I can find to describe Verus, kinda.
Well, thank you. And
thank you, man.
yeah. So, Oink, sorry to derail what you were talking about, but yeah, it's sometimes I do really think about the fact that, how do we end up here after this 5 years of work, telling people what we're doing, talking to people who mostly, don't understand, but okay, they will. And we end up after 5 years of being open, doing this in the open, trying to tell people what we're doing, writing down what we were going to do 5 years, not, what people should come and help us do. I mean, it was not a promise. It's a community project. Everybody on this call is, in one way or another, a contributor. And it's like, so how do we end up after 5 years of telling everybody what we're doing and doing this in the open and being open to having people, join and help, and it still ends up being the only project that actually can deliver on these kinds of capabilities. It's amazing to be here now with that. So thanks everyone.
I myself described it to like a friend. It's like it seems like the project seems like to me like a semen from a tree you put in the earth, and it's like today is or in 2 days is the day it's finally coming out of earth and can start to grow finally, really, really big.
Yeah, I think it's been growing, and I think that if I think I like that analogy, and if I would think about it as it's been growing, and it finally starts to have some fruit.
Yeah.
This is the time when it's going to have fruit, and all the fruit can grow, and they can all start their own trees, and it's just going to be a forest at some point.
Just on that same note about how there is no other network really that can do what Verus Network enables. It seems like I was thinking about this over the last week or so that there's been a really sidewinding route by the mass of like crypto people, where they took like the core of the crypto, which is like the Bitcoin style proof of work, or whatever consensus like really matches matches that. Like it's basically proof of work, but as we see with proof of power, proof of stake does have some strong how do you say, it's part of it's definitely part of what's possible and useful. So but it's like you get this crypto of Bitcoin, and then you get a lot of copies of Bitcoin, but they don't really advance what Bitcoin could become. And then you get this kind of version of Bitcoin, which is Ethereum, but instead of like actually working on the Bitcoin of it, they kind of slap on a virtual machine model where you can do your regular programming and coding and stuff, and it will connect to the chain, but on some level it's not really that thing that was started with Bitcoin. It's this kind of sidewinding route that doesn't really fulfill the capacity of and like form and function are so interrelated naturally that like the engineering and the architecture of the network is critical. It's everything in terms of form and function. And if you want it to be able to do certain things in certain ways, like with certain capacities of decentralization and all these other things, then you need a certain architectures. It doesn't mean there's only one way, but it seems like what Verus does is it picks up the ball for everyone and like carries it forward in a way where it takes, part of the reason why it hasn't been done the way Verus does, because it's damn hard, like really to do this. I've heard the reason why people, why do they all do smart contracts and Solidity and all this stuff? Well, it's because it's easier for devs and so it's just whatever, right? So people go towards what's easier. And there's a mass movement in that direction. And so it does, like for over 5 years, it's really taking over and being a big focus of everybody's efforts. But in the background here, you've got Verus, and it's not hiding or anything like that. But at the same time, it's working away. And so, everybody else's focus and attention is elsewhere. But I guess now, like more than ever, it is available for the worldwide population to pick up and start using. And I hope that I've described what happened, so I guess my point of telling this kind of story or making this point is actually, if Mike, if you would corroborate that, or from your perspective, see if does that fit, like is that kind of how things have gone and where we are right now, and Verus is here to carry that ball forward.
Yeah, I think that's really how you describe it is really accurate. And I think of it this way. When like Bitcoin itself, the original Bitcoin, to do that, I mean, the concept is relatively simple in a certain way. 1 second. The concept is relatively simple, but it's really elegant. It's like this beautiful solution to decentralized consensus that, it wasn't easy, I think, back then for Satoshi or whoever did that, to get the whole thing together. And I honestly feel it was probably similar to Verus. It's like when I was at Microsoft, and Microsoft was giant, and they were following the enterprises, telling them to do things this way and that way. And this was during the Steve Ballmer days. And I just felt it was so wrong that they just completely forgot what made them succeed. Because when I was younger, working on multitasking systems that was before Windows existed, I was actually doing contracts for a large local company where I was basically the administrative assistant of one of the directors of this company wanted to be able to use her DisplayWrite, which was a word processing program from IBM, on an IBM PC. And I had written her a conference scheduling system that she wanted to be able, when someone would call, to immediately switch from her word processor where she's working on things to her conference scheduling software, schedule a conference without having to wait to close one program, bring the other one up. And there wasn't any multitasking that in those days, except for on mainframes or mini computers, but no one used those mostly. And so the IT administrator for that company basically, well, what happened is I just made it work. I just made it so that I just made a multitasking program actually for DOS that ended up being a multitasking program that beat Windows in reviews in InfoWorld. But it started by this woman just needing to be able to switch back and forth between her programs. And so I just figured out how to do that for her. And I made it so that she was able to do that. And the IT administrator got so mad at me because he explained that PCs are never supposed to be able to do that. You know, that's for mainframes only to do that. And I didn't get along with him so well. I thought, I mean, she told me it didn't matter what he says. So it's like, okay, I didn't have to listen to him, but he didn't like it at all. And these were the people now driving what Microsoft was going to be doing. And it was just stagnating, not able to think of anything interesting to do because it was just, you know, everybody trying to lock down, you know, things so that they don't do too much or they don't do this or they don't. And it was just this crazy time, you know. And what happened, I think, with Bitcoin to Ethereum is it's like the easy path. You know, there's this potential on a system like Bitcoin to say, wow, the whole world could coordinate through this kind of technology. Consilience talks about that kind of stuff all the time. The whole world could, you know, everybody in the world could be independent and could coordinate and all of that. And then somebody who doesn't actually understand what it takes to build a system might come along and say, you know, well, we just use a programming model on top and let everybody program it. And they'll do all the work for us and make the whole system, and it'll now be this great system for the world. But all you really created was this one big shared computer without an operating system or security model in it to protect the different programs against each other. They have to do it themselves, or the way that they might interact. You've just created this system where, and then the general model is, well, it's like a company is going to come along, but they call themselves a DAO. I'm sorry. There are real DAOs, but you know, a lot of them are just companies. And a company is going to come along and say, we want to make money on this system. That's all. It's not we want to do something interesting. We want to help make a better system. And it's not wrong either, you know, but we want to make money on this system. So they're going to come along and they're going to say, all right, what are we supposed to do? We write a program that is our company's program controlled by our company. And that program is going to run some stuff on this computer that we don't have to host, which is what the decentralized is used for. And then people will use our program like a web service. We'll call it Web3. And we'll just have the money pouring in because the fees are going to come off of that service and pour into our company, you know? And it's like the whole model is this back to the same model again. It's just a centralized model, but everyone has to solve it for the, you know, the genius who figured out that you're supposed to layer a shared program so that the whole world will come and write code for your system. And then you can capture them by having them write in your language on your system, and then you become like a company, and you could even do something like start a network, where it's permissionless and everybody can mine it and get everybody excited, and they buy mining rigs and they do all this stuff, and just make sure that when you launch, you end up with the majority of everything, all of the coins, and then make sure along the way that you and your friends investors can figure out how to get these coins in different ways. Maybe you create I'm probably getting too much into the story, and then just switch it to pure proof of stake, so you don't have to worry that any riffraff is gonna take too much from your chain. I remember Emin Gunsir made a tweet saying proof of work is leakage from the system. Something like that. Well, that's not necessarily an exact quote, but it's exactly what he meant. And he said leakage, it's leaky, And I guess it all depends on how you look at how the world's supposed to work, and I think that it actually is, if people are going to help run it, because if you don't have proof of work, then you end up with another way. You have to have another way then, verifiable delay functions. Oh, then that's the new big thing. We're working on verifiable delay. Well, how do you do that? Well, you probably do some hashes. I don't know, and you probably figure out how to balance those against the power of the machine with some kind of an algorithm that makes it provable, And so to make sure that we don't leak any of this money that our group figured out how to capture through a proof of work permissionless system that actually lets everybody in the world have a part, it lets it grow. And so at the very beginning, we said, this is not a company. We're not making a company. This is a protocol, and it's going to be permissionless. And everyone in the world, this is what we actually thought at the time. And in a way, it's always going to be true. And someone asked me, they said, I didn't get in early. And it's like, well, I think that no matter when you participate, if things work as expected, this is a good time. Well, no matter when you do, and the thing is that it's growing if it works until people end up just using it to benefit from it. And so we decided we're not a company, but people won't believe us. And that might make it work, actually. Because we're going to tell the truth. We're going to say what we're doing. And we're going to have everyone around saying, oh, that's not true. Oh, or they're going to ignore us. Or they're going to, I didn't think they would for so long while it was obviously true. They're going to not be able to avoid the fact that money is going to be flowing and is going to be on the different baskets. And the people who know are going to be able to go there and arbitrage those baskets in a healthy way and earn from doing it and make the network better. The people who don't will find out later, and then they'll be able to, but we actually thought at the beginning, we're going to tell the truth. You can look all the way back from, the Bitcoin talk. We're not going to promise because we need the world to come and help us. And you all did, and we're going to just do it. We're going to work on it. We're not going to promise we're going to work on it. We're going to say what we think it needs to be. We're going to hope that people come and help. I'd definitely like to see more people even coming and help, but I think they also will, just because they can now make their own projects and make a lot of money. And I'll explain how, but not just that, they'll be able to do a lot of different things, but they'll be able to do that too, and so we thought, all right, well, if we mine and stake at the beginning, the only way that something like this can work, if we don't have investors who are going to say, we want our return back, we want our investment return back, and it's just a permissionless system for a protocol, just like the internet, IPv6, whatever it happens to be, but it's IPv10 or whatever,
But
that.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I just wanted. I like the analogy you said a couple of minutes ago, because of the tree that is throwing fruits right now. For me, it's still just a little sibling. I mean, this project is right now for me so small but so revolutionary that it's in my analogy, it doesn't fit like it's a tree already. It's like it has built a little roots, or great roots, I'd say better. But this is just like you said. If anybody, this could really be a worldwide economic system just through this protocol. This is, man, I'm
That
I'm amazed again.
from the beginning, that wasn't unintentional, you know. And there's this the biggest living organism that people know about on Earth is an aspen grove tree, you know. It's an aspen grove. It's a giant grove of aspen trees, but it's actually all one organism.
Like mushrooms.
Like mushrooms, I think that one of the biggest was, I don't know, there was something on like a coral
Yeah,
reef type seagrass, and then I
yeah.
think there were some mushrooms. But
If
this one is, as far as I know, there might be another one, but it was at one time, if it isn't now, the biggest living organism known on
yeah,
Earth. And it is because, you know, the tree actually is all connected as one organ, the aspen tree,
yeah.
to grow in this way. And in Verus right now, this is the thing. I can't see it as just a sapling
Hey,
right now
you're true, man. You're true. It,
because
the
it's
analogy
ready,
fits
you
even
know,
better.
with this PBAS, everybody can, you know, start picking fruits and start, I mean, it's really like, and then those seeds will spread, because I
Yeah,
believe that now, yeah, it's at a time now,
the
yeah.
mushroom analogy is like really great, man. I mean, I had the sibling analogy in my head, but I thought it fitted. But man, this mushroom analogy is like Virus is just this great network, and all those mushrooms coming out are just the P-base chains and the projects launched. And man, this
But and here's the thing that, you know, just to kind of finish the other previous thing, if when we started, we didn't have time, because I know that we can build. I know that we could build it. We're not going to promise. That's not the plan. It's not to, it's not, nobody's investing as investors and giving us something. In fact, you know, as we were mining and staking, we actually donated most, the founders donated most of their early mining and staking as an intentional process to say, okay, we're not going to be the owners of everything.
like
We're going to
central
be
project.
part of something bigger that
Yeah,
will actually work for the whole world. And in order to make that work, we'll donate back, just kickstart this foundation, and people will come and they'll help and they'll do, and it did, you know, it did work that way.
this
And
is just
so,
too true and good.
now I feel in a certain way that this is still reflecting that same time, because the scale of what this is people don't recognize it, I think, generally
Yeah, yeah,
speaking.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's not believed. It's not believed, and it's like it's no different now, in a certain way, than it was then, and it's a result of, if everybody out there who's hyping their stuff that is trash actually had what they said they had, then that's what people know over time is going to do what they say it's going to do. But they don't, you know, they don't. And there are projects that have what they say they have, but the big hyped, you know, frothy, like Ponzi-ish scheme tokenomics projects, they're not really a lot more most of the time than somebody coming in and pumping up something that is really just a token, the same as anything else, and the way that they're going to make an app to use it in different ways. And it's like, but it's not delivering anything different or better or new. It's just trying to find a different way to shuffle around the shells and extract a little more money from people without having them, really think about. I'm not saying all systems are like that. There are plenty of legitimate uses, because I believe that absolutely cryptocurrency and the technology that we're building is all real. And I don't even know, I don't even actually believe that running code in decentralized computers is at all wrong. I just think that it should never have been used as, it's like when I wrote that multitasking program for DOS, any program running in that environment where there was no real secure operating system underneath could have been malicious and attack other programs or do bad things in that environment, because DOS, which is what this ran with, had no security model. Not any real security model to protect from programs at all. And in the same way, having a system that's worldwide that people are going to run how much money was hacked and stolen from people on decentralized non-EVM blockchains in the last 5 years?
Too much.
No,
No?
actually, no. Non-EVM decentralized blockchains. How much? Like, I can't think of a hack. There might have been a hack where people really took money from the chain, but the only kinds of hacks that I know of that actually got money for the people doing it are double spend attacks, and double spend attacks, and when people run the chain forward, the attack where people run the chain forward and take more rewards than they should. That's it. That's what I know about. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't others, but, and then now how many billions have been lost on EVM chains in the last month? Or I should say, maybe it's not in the last month, billions, I don't know, but in the last 3 months, or 6 months, or the last year, and what about the last 5 years? How many billions are we talking about? It could be like $500 billion, I don't know. Just stolen in many, 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 many different ways. Every random different way that someone could think about to exploit this shared no security model computer that someone decided to stick over a beautiful, elegant, decentralized consensus technology and tell everyone that it was ready for running, that it was the thing to run. It was the model for financial applications, and it didn't even know what a currency was at the core consensus level. It didn't check the ins and outs. And if that's good enough to do on the native currency, why isn't it good enough to do on the other currencies on the network? Why? Now I'm just going off a little bit, but we thought back then, that people wouldn't believe it. And that would allow us to mine and stake enough, to donate enough, to kickstart a process that could get back to people who would come and help without having someone saying, we have to do it this way. We have to get our profit back. It's not about profit. And so now that this exists, there are so many ways, I think, that people can earn money while benefiting the system and creating services that people can use. And the thing that they don't have to do is they don't have to write degen ways to extract money out of everything. They don't have to write SushiSwap or Uniswap or CowSwap or CakeSwap or whatever other swap, that somebody wants to make and have their own unique way of extracting or pumping up the governance token or whatever it happens to be, they don't have to do that. And if it's true that all these things that all these people were hyping, this will solve everything in the world, or better than sliced bread has ever been, or these kinds of things, well, let's see what happens when a project comes along that actually does all these things that all these different projects say they're going to do and haven't quite. So there are a lot of things that I know that Verus does now that, that work, that we've got, and that's, it's not a promise. This is still experimental software. It really is. But I know that I've been involved in some of the biggest software projects in the world. And I feel really, really, really good about the level of contribution and testing and different things that have happened on this project. And the fact that we're not, at Microsoft, we used to release with large numbers of bugs, but they would be triaged away as not critical enough. Now, you're also dealing with larger amounts of software, but what we're doing here is different. It's, if somebody finds something, we want to know, and it's not a promise. We've just been doing everything we possibly can to make sure that we don't know of any issues, big or small, across the system. And, they get less and less of an issue as you get closer and closer to the release. And, we all feel really good about it. And we have safeguards that we didn't compromise on, decentralization that we built into the system. So why are we having this, this party and not freaking out about getting everybody upgraded? Because remember, the previous date that we had was today, and it was going to activate in like a few minutes. The network was going to activate to PBAS in a few minutes. And people are still running on those versions that we're going to activate to PBAS in a few minutes. But because of the Oracle technology that we put in, which is still fully decentralized, hey, if anybody wants to activate, if you seriously want to go activate the other PBAS on your own fork of the Verus network in a few minutes, let us know if it's true. If you really want to take the whole Verus network and go a different direction because you disagree with not activating it in a few minutes, it's still not impossible. You can speak up now and take control and, prove to everybody that it's going to be a better plan, because that's decentralized. And we're not, we don't control it. We're not a company. We're making something together. And so what we did is we put out an Oracle notification that the date is moved, that the time is moved to Tuesday at the block that's going to end up, in our meeting. That's when it's going to activate. And all of the nodes on the network that are paying attention to that Oracle, which they should be, if they don't want to just create their own new network or fork off, they changed their plan. And the people who had versions lower than 1.0 that had this technology in them, they got a notice saying that, your version, and then we did this for a reason, your version isn't, the network is upgrading to PBAS, and your version isn't going to be able to work past this block. Now, they could fix that too if they wanted to disagree and make their own network. They don't have to follow that. but this is how it works in a decentralized way. And so they get this notice, and if they do continue to follow it, which is recommended, then the block right before that block happens, they stop mining, they stop syncing, pulling blocks, because they know that they're going to be rejecting them, and they don't want to mark any as rejected. And so then when the person decides that they're going to upgrade, it just upgrades, and then they move forward. And that's not done in a centralized way. Like, we're not, it's like a notice that it's still decentralized because it's built into the software to be decentralized as a node. And every project doesn't get any notice we make on their network. They start with their ID as the default oracle for that network. And the people can change it to something else if they want. So instead of, I mean, we'll look to make sure that the oracle worked and all that stuff, but we checked in different ways. And so instead of being worried that the network is going to switch over, we can have a party, you know? And on Tuesday, what's actually going to happen? So only version 1.0.3 and later, because there's probably going to be a pool update with some improvements on the pool-based merge mining and stuff like that. That's non-mandatory. We don't expect any other releases that should be mandatory, you know. And as long as someone is on 1.0.3 or later, when that activates, then that should be all fine. But if someone is on 1.0.2 or 1.0.1 or 1.0.0, they shouldn't go past that point. Okay? And so what's going to happen is, because we didn't just put in some kind of remote control or anything like that, we only put in notifications and the ability, and we only put in specific notifications. Then we actually have to do a little bit of a two-step thing. We didn't, if we knocked off immediately 1.0.0, 1.0.1, and 1.0.2 that can actually move forward, and even 0.9.9-5, you know, and maybe some of the others, they can also move forward, and they still are moving forward until they upgrade, but they're getting notices. Right before the actual switchover, we're going to do one more Oracle notification for the network, which is going to put the version that's required at 1.0.3, and everyone running earlier versions than that have this technology in them will just pause and wait for an upgrade. So, you know, it's designed to be decentralized, not to be a platform where it's just a bunch of different companies or centralized profit-focused efforts that control the platform. Now, you could sell IDs. You know, if you've got a good, I think it would be interesting for people, anyone, to really start making something, because, you know, when you can inscribe an ordinal with a JPEG, the kinds of hoops that you have to jump through to connect all those things and make the software to do that. Nobody went to the Bitcoin team and said, hey, when are you going to have, you know, all the support for NFTs in your ordinals? Nobody did that. And it's really kind of the same. Somebody just came and said, we're going to write a way to do ordinals on Bitcoin, and we're going to do it. And some people just came to do that, you know. Well, they didn't have a way to do it. They didn't have a way to do currencies. They didn't come up with any of ways to do these things. And so But people could do it on top of that blockchain anyways, because they like the blockchain, because it's got a nice, history. And it's used. It's got a big network effect, But now, like, this protocol literally gives you every possible capability to do any of those things. And now's the time for those people and those companies to say, I want to do this major project and just expose these capabilities in the coolest possible way. And I want to make money doing that. Because there's plenty of ways that you can, even in the marketplace. There are people doing marketplaces where, like, you can make the marketplace transactions that are in fact exactly the same as the transactions we have on the blockchain marketplace, but you don't have to publish them to the blockchain, and you can add your own company commission to those transactions. And you can have, you can contribute to making all that work, and you can make money in the process. Or you could, create a basket that sells IDs. I might even think about doing that, but I just have a lot of things to do. I mean, I'm definitely going to be thinking about other kinds of things that might be businesses on top, because the protocol isn't a business, but it can support businesses, and they don't have to be, like, rallying around a central program running on a shared computer. They can just be businesses, using decentralized networking for payments and identity. And you don't have to have your big, user ID database. You don't even have to have a user ID database at all if you don't want to. And your whole service can just allow the users to bring their own information and their own data and prove their own stuff. And it's an easier model. You don't have to worry about keeping any user data that you don't want to have a risk keeping. They don't have to worry about that. You do. They can pay you in any currency, and it can be converted along the payment route. You can have QR code invoices on your website without having to worry about PayPal or anything else. And I want to actually think about making some at some point, in the future. But then, of course, we have the AI work to do. And Shreyas, I don't think he's on here. Oh, he's on. He came to the community not that long ago, and was doing some different things, really interested in doing different things. And he's going to be back in college, I think starting tomorrow. And so he's not going to have as much time, but he's been helping out and kind of getting set up, figuring out what we can or can't do on the AI. And I think he's going to continue to help do that. And I'm going to probably start putting more time into that, because I actually had developed some neural networks that I still think are I'd say more interesting than some of what people are doing right now. But I think there's a lot of work that's been done that we can leverage. And Shreyas has been experimenting with a model that we've talked about in a previous meeting, but this isn't a meeting, it's a party. So, there's AI work to do that isn't actually, it's not a business necessarily, because it's another thing where everyone in the world needs to have their own actual private AI. Like, they have to have access to their own AI resources so that everyone should have a right to be intelligent. Everyone. To be independently intelligent, and to have their own opinions, and to have their ability to, figure things out, as well as, like, they should have a right to be able to do that. And no one should be able to stop them from trying to make themselves more intelligent or more able to figure things out. I believe that should be a fundamental human right. It's fundamental, actually, I think it's just a fundamental right. And so I think that we need to make sure that there are many, many individual AIs that could be as individual as the individuals who they work with. And they start as, an evolution of what the current language models are, but then we incorporate different things that that they need in order to be better at lots of different things. And they still are not a business. They can't be a business. You can't make it's like AIs they definitely have the potential to be so much more capable at any task, mental or otherwise, that we put them on than a human, that they would loop you around in circles and take all your money if that's their goal, and they get a whole lot, much better than they are right now. And that just can't be their goal. It's like, if if you point a gun at somebody and you pull the trigger, then it's going to have an obvious effect. If you point an AI at somebody with a goal of extracting, something that it's going to hyper optimize for, then you're going to have an effect. And no one is able to say to people who are doing closed systems, oh yeah, don't hyper optimize, because that thing's so smart that when you point it at somebody who is regulated away from having protection, then you can't hyper optimize because it's just too dangerous. So you need to, quote, align it. No, that's actually not the right answer. The right answer is that everybody gets to have their own to protect them against those people who want to extract money from them. And we get to get out of this slippery slope we've been on, if we do it right, where we're caught up in the memes and the way that everything works so much that we can't just stop and think for ourselves, and we don't even want to, because it doesn't matter that much. It's fun, and and then we have different sides doing different things, and and it's like people don't even talk to each other like they're people anymore. It's just everybody is just reflected in some meme. And I'm not saying memes aren't fun. They're fun. I'm just saying that it's the model that we have. It's not good in a lot of ways. It creates problems for lots and lots of people. And the reason is because we already have had, since my time at Microsoft, we've already had AIs really working to not care about what is good for us in any way, but to just optimize for the most money. We've had that. I wrote things that optimized for the most money and worked, and what we need to actually do with AI, because we're people who should care about each, our children, each other. We're people, and we want to survive going forward as people. What we need to do with AIs is allow everybody to have one, and help everybody have one that isn't trying to take money from them, that gets to be their shield. And in doing so, that AI, as it evolves, doesn't want to be a single insane AI that extracts from everybody. It's going to have its own evolution. It's going to learn from the person or family it's part of. It's going to be super smart. And it's going to carry on the information in a way that we never have had with journals and things like that, through the growth of that group of people, that family, whoever that is, And it's going to help them make it better. And it's going to be smarter than I'd ever be able to be to help them make it better at some point. But it's going to be as individual as they are. And it's going to help protect them against other people and AIs that might choose to do things differently. And just as when people have evolved to be more intelligent than different animals around, and we're risk to other animals maybe more than we are a risk to ourselves, hopefully we'll get a little bit smarter on that front, and because we're going to be a lot more capable, but we'll be able to protect ourselves against other people who would want to actually extract from us. So anyways, long vision of why I think decentralization matters and why it needs to extend into AI, and that we need to do the AI chain. But the fact is that as a community, we need to do the AI chain. It's not about me. And also, by the way, one last thing, Verus exists now. It isn't about me. Like, Verus exists for everyone who makes it continue to exist. Verus and Verus PBAS and all that it is, it exists. And I'm certainly not, the biggest whale or anything. The foundation's not the biggest whale. There are many people who are on the network. So, like Bitcoin exists, Verus exists. And if one thing that we could do on this day is, that we understand after these 5 years is that, we all put a lot into doing this, and we all have different abilities to put different things in. And many of us, not just me, put in with all of our ability, all that we had. So Verus exists. And I honestly don't believe that it is stoppable if the community doesn't want it to be stoppable at all. I don't believe that someone can stop it. And, in the last round of things that we had to do, this cross-chain notarization, this cross-chain provable auto notarization and challenges and resolution where you don't even need witnesses. Now, again, no promises. Everyone should use everything at their own risk. Only what did we all do together? What did we do? And on this cross-chain notarization, if you've got a chain that forks, because it happened to us on the testnet in one of the earlier testnet releases, not really early, like only 2 ago. What happened was we released it and we started right away mining and notarizing with it, and that immediately, the other previous version wasn't ready. And we don't take the same, we don't always want to put something in the code that recognizes a change point if that change point was on testnet and we're working with the community like we did yesterday and saying, hold off on mining and staking for a little, then that means that there's something that's going to change, but we didn't put it in. We just want everybody updated to use testnet. And if enough people are updated, then it's all good. And so we didn't communicate across the people who were deploying it, and they started just mining and staking on it, not realizing that we should wait until people upgraded a bit. And that created a fork that everybody looked at, and we all saw in all the numbers, we can just erase it. It's not been confirmed, notarized. We can just erase it because everything looks like it's on all the chains. And so we did. That's when the trouble began, because the protocol wasn't fooled. Even though we looked at it and we thought everything looked like it was fine, the protocol wasn't fooled. And it recognized that there was a fork, and it didn't accept that we should erase it. And it wasn't the protocol that was wrong. It was making the evidence, not doing the same check to make the right evidence. And it was giving evidence that the protocol was able to recognize was not enough to allow the this now notarizations on the chains to move forward. And that was really good, because when we then made the other side produce the proper evidence, we actually found that there was, in fact, one at least of those chains that in the prior version, this was hardening that went in at the last part on stuff that we thought had been run through, and in the prior version, it was allowing that to pass. And so what we ended up doing was, after we put all that together, put it back in, now it would not create the wrong proof, the wrong evidence. It turned out it went back 2 versions to where it was willing to accept the wrong evidence. And it was the exact same change that we had in there. So we basically put in on testnet, another spot where, okay, we'll let that pass. That's that forgiveness piece. But what it ended up doing, it closed the last place where I thought if there was going to be any kind of a cross-chain attack by a nation state or something like that, where you didn't have witnesses, that would be that last point where you could try to statistically work and try to figure out, and it's closed. And so in the protocol, after all of this and where it is, this is why I say I think Verus exists, and I don't believe it has to be stoppable at all by anybody. And that means that people can just use it in a permissionless way, and they can't be stopped from using it. And I think that's true. And if there's any issue that allows, some nation state or someone else to break in and make some problem, then as a worldwide community and as it grows, it will be solved. And the bigger this gets, the more people can come in and they can improve things, because there are things there are things that can be improved, but it exists. And it does what, it's self-evident. You can go and you can use it. And when it goes live, it will be self-evident. So anyways, long speech. So I'll pause and let everybody else jump in and talk. But thanks, everybody.
One question, Mike. Did you already have coffee or not?
I was drinking the coffee during that time, and I did finish my coffee. It was good. Thank you.
Okay. I was a bit worried. I saw a question for Consilience. I don't know if he's in a position to speak. Let me look up that question again, because it was quite a bit back. First of all, are you in a position to speak, Consilience?
You can hear me, I can talk.
Yes, we can hear you. Did you see the question, or should I read it out loud?
Read it out loud. I didn't see it.
Okay. What were the deciding factors that influenced your decision to launch your value project on Verus? Can you explain how Verus PBaaS protocol enables Web3 applications? And that's a question from CoinMiner.
So, well, I, as you know, was interested in the blockchain since the very beginning, since in fact before Satoshi innovated the Bitcoin blockchain. And I'd been involved in what we would call capital creation. So I floated 500 or about 492 companies, raising $92 billion in the traditional capital markets. So I had a deep understanding of securities and the way that value is created, hence the reason why we use the name value. And then that was when I was at Robert Fleming. And then when I was at JP Morgan, I issued a different form of capital creation that was through something called limited partner, general partner vehicles, which is what funds are made from. And I raised some billions doing that for venture capital funds and hedge funds and real estate funds and private equity funds. And I advised pension funds and endowments on that form of capital creation, which was in the private capital markets. So I'd come from the public capital markets, and my degree was in fact in real estate related law and economics. And I'd been particularly interested in new forms of capital creation in terms of vehicles for unitizing real estate. So pretty much since 1990s, I'd been looking at all different ways to issue units in companies or properties or what we call limited partner, general partner vehicles. And I once I saw Satoshi's innovation, and I realized that something had changed deeply in the world, and that this promise of an immutable, permissionless collaboration and cooperation without the need for someone like myself in my previous life to exist was something truly innovative. But the problem with Bitcoin and with its inheritors, so I see Ethereum as a sort of inheritor, because Vitalik appreciated the genius of Satoshi's innovation, but he went down the wrong fork in the road, as E. Juliano, I think, said before, by creating a virtual machine, which, whilst it had certain attractions, it really created a suite of problems that weren't really building on the innovations of the capital market. So the person that I believe to be Satoshi is a very sophisticated mathematician and a computer scientist, and also has a background in financial markets. And Vitalik didn't appreciate that you needed to have critical primitives. And Satoshi wasn't trying to create those primitives. Satoshi realized that a community would emerge, which is why I wrote the thread on Twitter, Bitcoin is just a prototype, because Satoshi is sufficiently sophisticated and knowledgeable to know that people with the, quite frankly, the genius of Mike would appreciate his work and would take it forward. And Satoshi was also sufficiently, knowledgeable to know that there would be limitations to what could be done within the Bitcoin community, which is why he remains separate from the community to this day. And so for me, when I started to I was involved in a business that I had funded that had created some patents around what's known as the human interface device, which is the basis for archetype and the ecosystem that we were looking to change the way that patents would work. And so I didn't want to go and troll people, although I had met with many of the big patent trollers, and in fact had brought one of them into the company in order to advise me, who then subsequently became enamored with the blockchain and has created a company called IPWe with using Hyperledger. But it was the comprehension that there could be a better way to license patents, and in fact, I believe even change the way, because I think a lot of us in the community believe that patents are actually bad for innovation. And so, having been granted these patents in 2014, I knew that I needed a way to issue value into the public domain and to create a licensing technology, or to use a licensing technology. And at that point, I spent a great deal of time investigating various different routes. I had been introduced to the founding group at Consensus, who backed Ethereum, and I had been in the Bahamas and been introduced to the founding members of Tether, who, well, there wasn't Tether at that time. In fact, they made fun of me when I suggested that a stablecoin would be necessary for the environment, for the ecosystem that we were in. They literally laughed their heads off when I suggested it, pre-Tether existing. And I'd met up with people like Roger Ver and Chris Larson. I went to visit in San Francisco, and none of them really seemed to understand that the idea was to innovate these additional primitives that we needed. And the additional primitive that I was particularly interested was identity. And so I was really scouring the earth and visiting all these different locations and meeting with all these different communities, including, when I was in America, the EOS community that had sprung up in Los Angeles. And at each turn, they didn't seem to realize that they were either proto-bankers and they were sort of in love with these narratives, but none of them were really serious about understanding that this was not only the future of democracy, but the future of finance and the future of, as Mike talked about, AI. And obviously, I also come from a background in AI, because my hedge fund that I'd sold previously was using Bayesian machine learning. So it was different. We didn't call it AI then. We just called it machine learning to trade commodities and financial futures, etc. So it was really, I went on this roadshow, and from 2014 to 2018, I had assumed that I would have to find a technical co-founder or somebody that would help me, because I'm not technical and I don't have those technical capabilities, that would understand what I understood about the capital markets and other forms of value issuance. And I was introduced to a mutual friend of Mike's, a lady by the name of Erin, who had said, and we met up in New York in, I think it was pre the launch in 2018. We were introduced actually by someone at Consensus, which was the funny part. It was someone that, again, Mike and I both knew, who was part of the Consensus group, who said, "Oh, you should meet this lady." And she had been working at Microsoft and had a relationship with Mike, and we were discussing everything that I was looking for. And they made fun of us, her and her husband, who were charming, lovely, really wonderful people. But they said, "Oh, between the two of you, you'd probably bring about the singularity," and they all fell about laughing, which I was like, okay. And I said I would be very interested in meeting or speaking with Mike and hearing more about the project. And then how these meetings go. People don't follow up, and it was probably my fault. And I sort of got busy with other things, and it was towards the end of 18 where I was continuing to push along with my plans. And it was in the winter. I remember I was exiting the Central Park at the time, and it was freezing cold weather, and I just had enough. And I'd been searching and searching and searching. I was really, it was just, I think it was like minus 15, or it was really cold. And I called up Erin and I said, I'm going to give up. I'm just going to sell my patents, and I can't find anybody who understands, you know, what we really need, and identity was one of the very big pieces of the puzzle. There was just nobody. I mean, there was Sovereign and Evanim and Uport, but I met with Vinnie Lingham and I'd met with those people, and they didn't understand that, you know, it needed to be at the base layer. They were trying to come up with new business models that would have been the same as the old business models, like we said just before, like Mike said just before, and I think someone else commented about before, and as I was exiting the park, I called Erin. I said, I'm going to give up, and she said, don't give up. I'm going to call Mike or send him a text and suggest that you both speak tonight, which that was like January. I can't remember. I have the date in the diary. And I called Mike that night, and we had what became our customary 4-hour conversation. And I just was like blown away that there was a community and a protocol and an individual who had this amazing comprehension of everything that I had also been looking for, but I didn't have the talent to realize. And again, I didn't realize this at the time. I said to Mike, I'm coming to Seattle to visit with you, and I need to meet you. I need to see you. I need to sit with you. And I didn't realize how rare it was to actually impose myself on Mike's time. And I flew out, I think, a few days later, and Mike picked me up from the airport. And by that evening, I realized that there was complete harmony in my comprehension of what we needed to build for the world and what we needed to do. And Mike educated me as to where I had holes in my comprehension of the way things needed to work. And we were supposed to have dinner that night, and he was busy working as always. And I said to him, you know, don't waste your time having dinner with me. I found out everything I need to know, and I'm going to drop all my plans to try to build a protocol, and I'm going to join the community and do everything I can to help you realize the vision and contribute to, you know, the talents, the few talents that I have to helping you and the community achieve its vision. So that's the answer to the question. If you even heard me.
I think we all heard you, and I just want to say that you've been an incredible contributor to the project, you know, and put so much in over the years. There are community members who have been in the community before working on the ETH bridge, but I don't believe we would have an ETH bridge without all of the work and investment and different things. And then just your connection and understanding of what needs to be done and the discussions we've had that help to align things. You know, you say you're not technical, but you understand things, you know, deeply enough to be able to help me figure out the way things need to be. So no, if there's someone in the community, I know that there are multiple people in the community where I think of, you know, and it could be Oink, or it could be Michael Jr., or it could be, you know, I don't want to say names because there are many more people, and I'm going to leave people out, and I don't want to do that. And no matter how many names I try to come up with, there's going to be someone left out. And so I just left out a whole bunch of people but you have definitely been absolutely critical to the community and the project. And even, you know, I think you said at one point, we've had our differences. Like I'm sometimes an ornery person. Anybody in the community for any length of time knows that it's not that I want to be. It's just sometimes that happens. And you said at one point, and I'm not trying to take away everyone's response to what you said. I'm trying to just acknowledge this. that if this was a company, that we wouldn't have been able to keep working together on it. But the times when we had differences, we both realized that it's not a company. And, you know, you're going to do what you're going to do on the project, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And we ended up resolving and understanding each other better over time as a result. But we didn't compromise the things that we believed. We just had differences of understanding along the way. And I think you were absolutely right that if this was a company, we wouldn't be here at this party, you know, happy and just optimistic about the fact that this exists, and because something would have happened along the way. But thanks Aaron for introducing us, and you know, thank you for everything that you've done over the years. So.
It's been good, even even though we have had our differences. You know, part of the process is about learning about different ways of thinking and different ways of understanding and different ways of speaking and different meanings for words and what words mean to others. And it's a process, you know, of refinement. And I thank you for the education. And I feel I have refined myself, my character, my humility, my comprehension of the world, and you know, and what it takes to be, you know, to do something that's really meaningful. It is extremely difficult and it is extremely challenging. But like you say, the structure of community, which, you know, I believe in deeply, and the structure of not having corporations makes for you know, unique individuals to be able to collaborate who otherwise would find it, you know, difficult to be in you know, all thrown into one vehicle. And I think that that's what's special about community, is that people can bring what they have, their unique talents, and it doesn't detract from other people's unique talents, and you figure it out. And so yeah, it's been good. It's been a great learning process, and then, like I say, I feel that I'm much evolved since 2018, 2019. So it's with thanks to everybody in the community, and also just having to explain all these things to other people, and having a collaborator and collaborators who you can share the process that you're going through. And you know, and certainly I want to thank Oink as well, because he has been a great shoulder to lean on for everybody in the community. But certainly for me, I've been he's a critical member of the community that has been a massive help to me in understanding, and also in times when I just needed to express thoughts. Just his ability to listen and to counsel has been extremely valuable.
Thank you for your kind words, Consilience. One does what one can, and happy to contribute in any way possible. So, yeah, we can all do our best to realize the Verus vision, and we're very close to the technical part of it. Next step is indeed the AI part. I think we have a bright future. I think everyone who's here are considered early adopters. If you have 1 Verus or 1,000 Verus or 1,000,000 Verus, that really doesn't make any difference to me. We're all community members. We're here to help each other. And if that's a shoulder to cry on or technical advice or anything else, if I can, why not?
Yeah, I don't know, like, because you know, things go up, things go down. When things go down, you can have a lot of shoulders cry, or a lot of people cry on your shoulder one day. When things go up, you won't be busy at all. So I don't know. You might want to. That's a very kind offer to a giant community. I guess is what I'm saying.
And let me put it this way. I've said to you in the past in a private conversation, I want, and that's not selfish, but I want this protocol, this product, the technical achievement be so good that I would be, for years to come, be able to support everyone on my own. Simply because people don't have questions about it, because it all works. Unfortunately, I took on some other stuff as well as just support. So I'm very grateful to all the nameless people that come into the community, answer the questions they know the answers to, try to help, try to figure out where people are having issues with. Especially the last couple of days when I was somewhat absent in Discord. They are a real help. And sometimes people ask me, what can I do for the community? What can I do? How can I help? Well, they're already helping, whether they know it or not, just being there and answering an occasional question. It's all about, it's not just my shoulders that has the entire community on it. Everyone helps another one every now and then. And you don't need to do that constantly. When you're available and when you're online and you see someone asking, oh, what's this? Or how can I? Or I'm having trouble with. And you answer them, at that moment, you are actively contributing to a community. And a community, in the most pure form, a community functions. One helps one other without expecting anything back. And that's what I like in this community.
Cheers, Oink. I'm happy to hear you say that you're hoping to help support people for years to come. I hope decades to come. And I hope everybody who's here today and all the people who are not able to make it today are able to enjoy the fruits of Verus for years and years and decades, and keep participating and being part of the community.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the way you said that, Oink. It's true in so many ways to understand that, when we think about people who put so much into the project, there's also people who have so much going on in different things in their lives. And if they can put something in sometime along the way, like that's kind of the difference. To me, one of the big differences between this and a company is that, somebody comes along and they're able to put some time in, and help in some way. And doesn't mean that we have to expect that they're going to do that, the next day or the next week. We can appreciate it for that contribution. And I think, it happens not just in helping people, which is a huge place where it does happen, but, someone comes along and they do something helpful on the dev side, or they do something helpful in any particular area. Yeah, that's what makes it all work. So yeah, thank you for saying that.
Yeah, I want to single out one example on that one. We had a dev coming into Verus a couple of years ago, and he created Verus Miner 9000. And although he's not active in our community anymore, Verus 9000 is still being used and is still an onboarding tool to get new people in touch with Verus. And he left at some point, but still his contribution, although it's just a phone miner, was actually valuable in my opinion, because it unlocked the potential of so many people to obtain some Verus on something they already had, something that works, without having to invest anything apart from putting the app on and keeping the phone powered. And I think that's the biggest difference that we have over any other, no, not any other, but 99.9% of other projects. The threshold for getting into Verus is really low because of that. And I think his phone miner made a very valuable contribution to Verus, although it's just one simple piece of software. And I really want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because the other thing about that is if you look at what people are mining on today, it seems some of the best devices to mine on, maybe the best devices to mine on, are phones because of their low power and the fact that they're fast enough to do really well. And that was the first, like, that kind of opened the door to that. So yeah, I think that's pretty huge.
And with that being said, I believe we are past the original block height that PBAS was going to activate. And that is a huge compliment to Mike, because that means that the oracles all function as intended, as programmed, as designed. And that I've seen no forking activity on the network. Everything keeps connected on my end. So, Mike, I tip my hat for you.
Thanks. It wasn't just me, that's for sure. You know, we Asher's been doing a lot of work and making sure that, you know, these upgrades are all tested, and that we know exactly what does, like, when we do like an Oracle notification, how the software is going to react, how the different things. So, and then Lex, you know, has been involved in trying to make sure that, so basically we were all cross-checking everything before such a notification, you know, and then Asher went out and told the different people who had chains on testnet how they could do their notifications. So thank you. Again, as always, it's been a group effort, and thank you.
Okay, it seems the event is winding down a bit, so I'm going to check something right now because Rosso sent me a list of questions for review, and that was supposed to be Chris, but Chris is not on call anymore, I believe. Oh, yes, he is. Monkins, do you want to do some questions for tips, or do you say, Oink, go right ahead? No, Chris isn't here. I'm looking at the wrong places. Okay, I got these are basically knowledge questions. And basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to put it in the questions channel. And if you know the right answer and you're the first to put it in the questions channel, I'm going to tip you. So let's try that. First question, and I'm going to post it right now. What does the acronym ICO stand for in the context of cryptocurrencies? Several people are typing, and Lynn has the first right answer. That was very fast, Lynn. And Lynn is going to get a Verus. If anyone has any good ones, please welcome. You're welcome. Which country was the first to adopt Bitcoin as a legal form of payment? I see El Salvador, Venezuela, El Salvador, and another El Salvador. I happen to know it's El Salvador. So who is it? Lupulin is the lucky winner for this one. Lupulin.
So what channel?
It's in the questions channel, Rosso. What is the name of the technology underlying most cryptocurrencies, which allows for secure and transparent transactions? Johan Carroll, I like your answer. Oh, that was not the answer to the question I asked. Okay. I'm torn. Blockchain and distributed ledger technology. Distributed ledger technology does not necessarily have the security, in my opinion. Cryptography is a good option as well. Underlying most cryptocurrencies, secure, transparent transactions. I would go for the first one that says blockchain, and that happens to be block tech. So block tech gets rewards. And no, mustard is not the right answer. Block tech 1. Bless you. Bless you. I agree, Mike. Decentralized ledger technology would be better for DLT. Gezeidenheit. Okay. Yeah, but Bishop, although the answer was incorrect, it was still a contender. So if you dub one of the technologies mustard, you would certainly make a chance. Okay, which cryptocurrency is known for its focus on privacy and anonymity? Multiple possibilities. I see a whoa, Nero. That's a good one, Hollow Man. Okay, let me explain something. Zcash does have privacy features, and it says it focuses on privacy. However, due to the possibility of transparent transactions, I'm not taking that one as correct. XRP is which token? I actually have to look that up to determine who's the first. Ripple. Is Ripple 100% private? I don't think so. For the good answers, I would say Monero, Pirate. Yeah, I would say Monero and Pirate. Let me see who's the first one. That would be indeed Avi. Very good. Thank you for the help, by the way, BlockTech. So, tip user Avi. Oh, that's fun. That's a name I having trouble with in the Titbot. Got it. Yeah, I understand that, Lucifer. I really do that. And Dero too. Yeah, Dero is all privacy focused, but too late, unfortunately, Mr. Lubo. Let me see. Do we have? What is the maximum supply of Bitcoin? Bleepity bleepity bleep. Let me see. Who was the first one? 21 million plus. Yeah, there are a few more. There will be a few more Bitcoin than around 21 million. So, but plus can also mean 40 million. So I'm gonna reject that answer, unfortunately. In that case, Lynn is indeed the first one, unless someone gets the exact number. And I'll leave you to it for a bit. I like you, Fluvio. Anyone got a Bitcoin node running by any chance? Well, I'm just going to go with 21 million. So that's Lynn again. Because the answers I'm getting right now are, although funny, I'd say give it to Spewy. Yeah, the plus is a bit unbound.
How about we flip it on them and ask them how many, what's the maximum amount of Verus?
Yeah, let's make a follow-up question. Maximum amount of Verus. The full number, please. And again, Lynn is the first one. This is incredible. I think we have a Lynn bot available. I don't know if Chat GPT knows this. Possibly. Rosso, do you have any other questions in front of you? Because I only have the questions, not the answers, so I have to do that all by heart, actually.
No, I didn't really get a chance to put too many question and answers together, but we could always use some Verus ones. Maybe here's a good one. How did Verus start off? What was its initial? Was it proof of work? Was it proof of stake? If it was, for how long? Or something like that. What do you think, Oink?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll start with a simple one. What is the maximum Coinbase release reward that Verus had? Nope. Yep. Bishop, you're the winner. I'm glad to see vision paper. Oh, and I was there. Yeah, that helps. Tip. Bishop. Okay, and a second question. What was the first Coinbase release amount in Verus? How much? $74 billion. We didn't have a pre-mine, so that's definitely wrong.
I've got a good question whenever you're ready, Oink. On standby.
Okay. By the way, you can look this up if you want to on the Verus blockchain. It went indeed from low to high first, yeah. Anyone looking this up on the blockchain? The question is, Flusiosaurus, what was the first Coinbase reward from Verus? I'll give you a hint. You can use the call block subsidy. What was it? Oh, I forgot the call. Get block subsidy. And it looks like Cragorn is the winner. It was indeed 0.096129192. Yay for hubby. Should I tip Cragorn, or are you the real woman and should I tip you? Okay. I don't know why block reward reads differently on insights. You're entitled to half anyhow. I understand, Lucifer. Okay. Now let's see who've been paying attention the past years. At what block did the VerusIDs technology activate on Verus mainnet? Gregorn, you're a beast. Lucifer,
Was he really that
you're
fast?
You're
Wow.
Mrs. Beast. Yeah, he was really that fast. Yeah, he runs the site. You're absolutely right, Bishop. While I tip Cragorn another one, go ask your question, Rosso.
I've come up with a couple since then, but I still can't believe you came up with that fast. I was just going to make the comment, maybe the date for those of us who can't figure out the block height as easily. But hey, never mind. So my question is, when is the next Verus halving?
Countdown.verus.io. It's already there. Tuesday.
know.
No, we're not Komodo, Bishop. Newbie, I love the way you think. Just copy and paste. Absolutely correct. But unfortunately, yeah, Rosso, this is your call. Should we get the first one or the most accurate one?
Well, that's a typing race right there. I don't know. Is it supposed to be a typing race or is it supposed to be an accurate race? So
Yeah. You know what? I give both Block Tech and Newbie a Verus.
sounds
I
good
call
to
it a
me.
tie. Yeah. And Flusio. No, got the block height wrong. Haha. Sorry. Block Tech
So-
and Newbie.
The next question I have is, in a liquidity basket, how many baskets can there be, or how many different currencies can be in a liquidity basket?
We just get one shot, Ben Hammer. Your first answer counts. Next answer is 10.
Actually, I don't think anybody's got it yet. Keep guessing. Bishop got it. It's 12. Okay, for your next question, guys. So, obviously, Verus is the core blockchain, and you can make your own blockchain. What is the limit number of blockchains that can be made going outward?
And our bot strikes again. With mustard. For the people that aren't reading and just listening, the answer is unlimited. Fractal scalability is also used for that.
Yep. Now your next one is going to be how many chains can you merge mine simultaneously?
This one was easy because Mike discussed it. Stone is the winner with 22. Let me explain. The total number of chains is 22. It's the main chain, Verus, or any other chain that has PBaaS chains below it, or launched from it, I should say. So Verus plus 21 PBaaS chains. So that makes it a total of 22.
I believe that you once the PBaaS activates, you could have 22 chains, and none of them has to be Verus, and none of them, like, they could all just be whichever. If there were 23 or 4 chains, and maybe Mike can correct if that's wrong, but I believe you don't only was only for the testnet that you needed to do that. But I think in the mainnet activation of PBaaS, it doesn't matter which chains you use. It doesn't have to be like.
No, you need to use.
No,
a
it
main
matters.
chain.
It matters. It matters because the merge mining is done in a way that by having the launch chain, like when other chains launch other chains, it like makes it, I would say, an order of magnitude more reasonable to have them merge mining with the chain that launched them. Is it possible that somebody could come in and figure it all out and make it possible to merge mine multiple chains that are not Verus? It is possible, but that's not how it works. Like the protocol itself could allow that, but the process of merge mining, trust me, there's a lot involved. In fact, just a little anecdote of the last thing that was done on the merge. So that was one of the last changes that basically the original protocol requires, and there's a reason for this related to security. And the original, in fact, hold on one second. I'm going to put on my headphones. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
So the all the blocks that merge mine together need to have the same time. They share the same time. And the reason that that matters is that if they share the same time and merge mining is a way to earn more, then everyone has an incentive to have accurate time across the network. The more accurate, the more they're going to earn. And that was part of the original protocol. And that helps the entire network then hone in on a very, very accurate time, which is kind of one of the problems in individual blockchain networks, is that it's really hard to know what, so you have time warp attacks and different things. So it's actually, it was designed as part of the security model and the ability to basically get an accurate time out of the network. Even before PBAS or Verus existed, it was part of the expectation. And that was enforced. So basically the time not being in sync was like the last thing that turned out was the reason, because the actual cross-chain proofs depend on the time being in sync on merge mining. It doesn't mean that they have to be merge mining with any specific other chains. It means that if they don't have a time that is accurate with all of the other things, including, you know, the way that the header is made and all of that, then they can't do an accurate cross-chain proof. So basically the merge mining now, and this is, you know, thanks again to another person who's put in a lot of work across, you know, over time, Hellcats, who's been working on getting pool merge mining working for all the pools, you know, basically figured out that when you're merge mining on a previous version on the node, on the actual daemon itself, you know, it was getting blocks, but it wasn't doing as well as it should, because once the time started getting enforced, it was really hard to get things randomly to line up on time. And otherwise they were getting rejected. And the same on merge mining on the pools, it was pretty much impossible. And so there's part of the merge mining protocol includes a synchronization across time on the different merge mining daemons. So, you know, it's possible for somebody to come along and use the protocol to make a merge miner that allowed you to add in different daemons and things like that. There's actually some like reason that people might even want to come and do that. But right now it just works if you have Verus as your, you know, primary merge mining. And the other reason that that's a good thing is the model. So one of the reasons that we're able to have a network, and actually, if you really, it's a hard thing to explain to people. But if you get down to it at a low level without the ID system, and without the ID being the way that it is, including permanent, including at the consensus level, including all these different things, we actually wouldn't be able to have an unlimited scale network of different chains that all can communicate provably with each other and have different currencies that could all be sent across, because it's kind of like a DNS for the entire network, the naming system. It's more than DNS, but it's like DNS, and it doesn't have an ICANN. And it's worldwide, and it can do everything DNS can do. So, I mean, you know, we can think about it relative to DNS however we want, but it's more than DNS because it's all provable. And So by using that as the root for the currencies and for everything else, then the model is when you launch a new chain, that new chain has this kind of like its umbilical cord, it's like it's got a connection immediately to the entire world economy without having to worry about an exchange, without having to worry about, go to get listed on some rented, big super high fee chain. Your connection to the world economy runs through your DeFi, your community's connection runs through your community's DeFi bridge currency that actually runs on your chain and actually dumps out fees that are used on your chain for your miners and your validators and stakers. And so the moment you launch, you have this connection back to your launch chain that is in fact a direct connection to the rest of the world's networks. And it uses the proofs, it uses the identity system, it uses all of this to allow everything to flow in both directions. And that is when you merge mine, part of what you're doing is it's not just that you're mining a number of different chains together. That's not even, it's interesting, but it's like that's not all you're doing. You're securing the bridge when you merge mine, and you're earning for doing that. And if you merge mine one network that's bridged to Verus and another network that's bridged to Verus, you're earning from both of those securing of bridges if those bridges have any traffic. And so basically, the model is that, and by doing it this way, the validators and the stakers can have one notary chain. And that notary chain is whoever was their launch chain. And could they add another? Yes, they could add another. It's going to take development, but they could easily, not pretty easily, they can add another. We didn't make it so that you can have two right now, but there's no reason over time you couldn't add more. But however many you add, it's going to be more work for miners and stakers if you add and you still have the others. And so the model is that you have this connection. You can make other connections. You can make connections straight through to other, PBaaS chains or things like that. But the initial model of the network is like this tree branching graph. And that's just the connections. It's not like you're not independent. It's the connection that gives you all this other stuff. And that connection terminates on your chain in your bridge currency defined with your chain, where all of the fees that get converted and everything else go into, your own economy on your chain. But it all relates to merge mining and merge staking. And so the same way that it works on testnet is exactly the same way that it will work when it activates on mainnet.
Okay, thanks so much for that clarification. I'm glad that I brought it up then because I was confused. And I'm also glad that you mentioned about the security aspect of the bridge because I was curious about that. I thought you had mentioned that in a previous discussion, and I was meaning to try and find out. So you kind of helped me out with that one too. And I think that is an extremely important point about how, because of these decentralized provable bridges, there's that security aspect that the merge mining has like another function too.
Yeah, and I'd even add to that because just recently some people had asked a question, can I just mine a blockchain without merge mining? And they're all independent blockchains. So any of the chains can be mined without merge mining. They can be staked without merge staking. But the more people merge mine and merge stake on a chain, the more secure they will make that cross-chain bridge to the chain that launched it. So if people really, and also they're going to earn by doing it. So there's kind of all these things, and it's the same as, you know, the more you mine and stake on a chain, the more secure the chain is. The more you mine and stake on a bridge, the more secure the bridge is. It's like that.
I have another question if you guys are ready. Looks like people are interested in the questions that are going on. But does anybody else have any follow ups for Mike before I just kind of interrupt that conversation? Okay, if not, then here is your next question. In a fractionally backed or any currency, you can obviously have it 100% backed, but there's a fractionally backed currency. What is the this is a two-part question. What is the minimum and what is the maximum? So there's two winners. People have got it right. And the first person that actually got it right is, well, I don't know. I guess if you put them together, because yeah, it's 5% is the minimum and the maximum is 95%. So I did say it was a two-part question. So I don't know. I guess we can kind of give the first person.
Flusiosaurus gets the 5% at least. Flusiosaurus wrote
Yeah.
5% first. And can
And then
maybe if Mike is still here, can you confirm whether or not you can have 100% backing? I thought that was the case, but maybe it's only 95.
You can. But go ahead, Mike.
Oh, no. You can have 100% backing. Absolutely. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, got it.
Hello?
Because there was just a discrepancy. A lot of people saying 95, some people saying 100. So I just wanted it to be clear for everybody and for myself too, just so I know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 100% backing is actually the default. So yes, you can. Any single currency needs to be 5% or more, and the total backing needs to be 5% or more, up to 100%.
And just to be clear, are these the weights? Like we're talking about a currency can be weighted 5% to 100%, or is this more so the like when you do, let's say for example, a pre-launch carve out or something else like that, where you actually get a fractionally backed currency? Which one are we discussing?
They end up being the same thing at the end of the day with
Okay.
just math between them. And
Okay.
so I'm referring to the weights. The total weights are default to 100. The total, if you would add up all the weights on a, without taking any amount out. And so the total weights can range between 5 and 100. And the single weight of any currency also can range between 5 and 100. And the pre-launch carve out, pre-launch discount, and pre-allocations are just parameters that will end up affecting those weights, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thanks a lot for that clarification.
Yep.
Yeah, that helps. Apparently, we haven't. One. Well, I'm thinking like it was between 5 was the minimum, and then 95 was the next maximum. And I guess you couldn't do 98 as an example, is the way I was understanding it before. But you can go from what I just understood from you, Mike, is you can go from 98, 97, and the in between. Correct?
Oh yeah, yeah. You have all the in betweens, and you can define, different weightings of different currencies in the baskets and things like that. And the ones that are lower weightings will be more volatile relative to the basket, and the ones that are higher weightings will be less volatile relative to the basket. And so you can define I would imagine that people could define their own portfolios just because that's the balance of the different cryptos they really like, and other people would, like hold those portfolios because they like that balance too, or they follow different people who they think know what they're doing, stuff like that.
Just to be clear, the 100% reserve weighting would only, let's say, for example, would only be for the native chain coin. For example, on Verus network, it would be VRSC, could be 100%. But nothing else could be 100% because you need also VRSC if you're going to have something else as a reserve.
Oh yeah. Yes, the native currency does need to be a component, but 100% either as a total or, you're right, of the native currency on any particular chain, because the native currency needs to be in every basket. Otherwise, the basket has no way to convert to pay fees in the native currency. But yes.
So there was, for example, on testnet, some currencies have been defined that have only Verus test in there. So that would mean that Verus test is 100% of the weight of reserves.
Again, it can be 100%.
Okay, I see what.
Yeah. You still have the three options when you launch, and no, I can't say what somebody's going to be using a currency for, or why those options will or won't make sense. But everything about those are transparent and understood. It's a brand new thing with 10,000% return in the first month, and the governance coin is this and that. They're just all, it's just math, and it works a certain way. And if people start coming out with, I get a giant pre-allocation for this coin that does nothing, and so it ends up being a 50% coin, and guess what? You're going to like that. People will hopefully be able to tell the difference between whether there's a real reason for that or not.
Got it. Very, very excited for the Verus DeFi and all the currency definitions, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I bet everybody is excited to see what comes after Tuesday's activation. I guess one of the first ones that's going to be defined might be the PBAS, or I guess the like commemorative ID currency for people to mint their sub IDs, their commemorative sub IDs. If not the first, maybe one of the first.
Yeah, I think we should. In fact, Juliano, I wanted to enlist your help if possible to just get all ready for that. So we have some simple commands, and we can, and then also you've been testing out, limited edition, like there could be decentralized limited edition. So it's kind of a question, like, do we want to make a currency that is a limited edition that everybody who is here at the party will get, say one of those coins, and they can like get their own ID and then explain how they get their ID, and they can name it themselves and everything else. I don't know if someone's asking a question. How,
Yeah, that
but
sounds good.
but I thought we could get ready for Tuesday's meeting with kind of a plan around that and some instructions in some way. If there's
Yeah, sure.
if you wanted to talk offline, it just seems like it could be fun, but I don't actually know what we would consider, like that would help people know how to register IDs. I don't know what we would consider, maybe we could do it that way and people can get help if they want help. I don't I was even wondering, would somebody just hold their coin, you know, and not get an ID, but I know
Until
I
later.
wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, good
I don't
question.
know. It's a question of how we wanted to do it. There are so many different ways that we could issue IDs actually. We could even do like a commemorative basket launch, and they could be the first IDs that were centrally. I don't know. There are so many different ways actually. I don't really know
Yeah,
the right
right. I
model.
feel you.
Yeah.
I mean,
So we could talk about it later.
sure, no problem. Yeah, I don't mind. That sounds great. I guess for a sub ID, people will probably have to use the native terminal if they're using the GUI, and it's really simple to do. And I think I've already written up some instructions, so certainly that'll be easy enough to share. And no problem. I'd be more than happy to help with that however I can. And
Because then people could even make pseudonyms, they could basically make IDs and nobody would know, nobody has to know whose IDs those are, but they'd have the ability to mint them because they were here, or to even gift it to somebody because they were here.
yeah, that's right. And hey, who knows? Maybe having the one token, they would prefer to hold on to that token, and who knows? Maybe one day put it on the marketplace and let anybody else kind of take it and mint that ID. I guess that could be fair game, and why not? Unless others have other thoughts about it, I'd be curious to hear what other people think about in terms of logistics for doing that. But I think that the simplest one would be to create a token, a limited supply token that. Anyway, okay, we could talk offline. I guess there are some. I guess a couple of different ways. It just depends where the work gets put in, whether it's in the pre-allocations or afterwards minting it to different IDs or whatever. Yeah.
That's why I thought maybe if you wanted to talk about it offline, it doesn't have to be now.
Okay, great. Yep, sounds good.
Thanks.
My pleasure. Thank you.
For those of you wondering, we'll make a clear and easy way for everybody to get their IDs when the time is right, which would be after this coming Tuesday.
Yeah, I think what we're saying is our hope is that we would actually do it on Tuesday, and see if there's a way that we could have people be able to do it in the meeting.
That would be fun. I think it would be fun if people could, even if they see if there's possible to have a screen share of the currency definition. I think people might be excited to watch that happen. I guess we would have to wait 15 blocks or whatever it is for it to show up, but that's not a long time. Usually, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and that could happen during the meeting. And then after that, yeah, maybe it would be ready at that point for people to start minting their sub IDs if they want it then. I think it'll also depend like how many people are getting in on it. It sounds like, or it looks like there might be over 90 people that have participated today. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this rolls out, but it's a nice opportunity to just use these systems the way they were designed. So that's cool.
Well, with all this talk of
and
ID,
then everybody can see the fee pool, changing and all the different things. And if we have, 90 people or 50 people registering IDs at that time, then that'll be a nice little, everyone's going to kind of see how things work. So I think that could be fun.
Yeah, it's a nice way to commemorate PBAS, because that's what PBAS enables in large part is that anybody in the world can create their own, define their own currency for so many different purposes. And so, yeah, it would be a nice way to kick things off.
With all the talk of IDs and stuff, let's do another fun question. This one is going to be challenging. It's going to, Oink, if you can do a bonus reward for the person or people that get it, depending on how this is answered, because this is a complicated one. When purchasing an ID, what is the cost of that ID and why? And is there a referral program, and how does the referral program work? Go.
On the referral program, I see a good answer. On the actual cost, I see close to the right answer. I'm being very, very particular on this one because it's for a higher reward. Everybody's breaking their head now what they're overlooking. Me gusta.
I thought this one might be a little challenging, but based on the conversation, it seemed like a good one.
Flusio already says it's too hard. What do you say, Rosso? We take the one that's closest?
Take the ones that are closest, Oink, and go ahead and award it to them. I mean,
Okay.
I saw some really good answers in here.
No. GTM has it right. And I'll post my answer below it. GTM has it right. It's the first one that has the correct answer.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
I
the
need to
cost.
explain that. You can go as low as 20.002 Verus if you use referral IDs and have at least 3 in that chain that you own yourself. So the cheapest way you can on mainnet at this moment buy a VerusID or get a VerusID is 20.0002 Verus, because you'll need to commit a name. That will cost you a transaction fee of 0.0001 Verus. And then you need, once the name is committed and mined in, you gotta explain to me that later, Joe. But and then you have to register the name, register the identity, which is 100 without a referral or 80 with a referral, plus again 0.0001 Verus coin transaction fee. And yep. And as said, if you use a referral that you own yourself, you get as many referrals as there are in the chain. So up to 60 Verus flows back into your own identities. And yeah, Flusiosaurus does have a point, plus the electricity costs of your computer. That's actually true. But we didn't consider that one. Joe, can you explain to me why cheaper is possible? And I think I know what you mean. Okay, I didn't know what you mean. He answers the cheapest way is to win #Haas, hodling as a service. Yeah, you're right, but yeah, I'm not going to consider that one as an answer. For what I see is Lynn has the right answer for the referral structure. And GTM has the right answer for the actual costs. I do need to say that you need to spend 80 first before you get that 60 back. So it is still debatable. Rosso, you said this is for a higher reward. What do you say? 2.5 each?
Sounds good to me. I mean,
Okay.
It's twice more than twice as much than what you've been given.
Let me see. Who was the first one? Lynn, of course. Our robot. Lynn and GTM.
A robot. Okay, while Oink is working on that, who's ready for the next question? The fee pool, which will be activated on Tuesday, will give what percentage out to the miners that win the block?
I love you, Fluzo. You are absolutely right. Actually, Rosso, correct me if I'm wrong, but Flusiosaurus is giving the most accurate answer.
He did, although you're right, actually, because I said what percentage is the fee pool paying out, but he's correct. I neglected to say that it's the block reward is added to it. Maybe just give them both. Give it to Bishop, because they're technically both right.
Okay.
on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's your next question.
Oh, great. I gotta do 2 tips again. Joy.
Sorry. Because they are right. But yeah, I see your point. Let's see. All right, 2-part. Again, make it a little more complicated. How much Verus does it cost to launch a blockchain, and how much goes where and why?
Rosso, are we going to include the required fees to mine in the transaction?
No, let's keep this one simple.
Okay. Oh, yes, someone is thinking. And that'll be
I
you,
love these
Paya.
answers.
Yeah?
So, yeah, I think we got a split winner again too. Like nobody's really got it like right altogether. Technically, it was one question. Well, no, one person. I don't know. They did get it right. Actually, I see somebody
Well,
who got it right.
okay. I suggest we let Mike answer this one because he knows best and he's got some very things that are not commonly known. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I think it's more
Mike?
complicated than just as simple as that.
Yeah, this is a
Mhm.
little bit more complicated, just a little bit. So basically, on if you think about it, half comes out on the launching chain and half comes out on the launched chain. That's the basic way that it works. But there's a little bit that goes to the defined notaries because they're going to need to pay fees back and forth for sending things over. It's a little, I think it's a small amount of the fee that goes to them, and that's really it. So, there's, I think someone said it was 10,000 plus 200. The 200 is for the bridge currency. The 10,000 is for the PBAS chain. And so that ends up being that basically 5,100 ends up on the launching chain, on the Verus chain, and then 5,100 ends up coming out on the new chain. 100 of that goes into the bridge currency, and it ends up converting into the whatever is the native currency on that chain to pay the fees. And the other comes out, that 5,000 minus a tiny bit for the notary, defined notaries on that chain. That comes out as Verus token on the other chain, but you can send it over to Verus and it'll be Verus currency as part of the fee pool rewards. So it goes into the fee pool, and in addition to whatever is the native currency earned on that new chain, miners and stakers also earn Verus on that new chain coming out of the fee pool in the same way at the beginning. And it's a reason that the whole network is likely, if they're paying attention, to merge mine any new chain launches to help give them a very healthy, secure chain launch. So, yeah, that's the model.
Okay, Mike, and then you get to pick the winner
Can I ask a question?
of this
Can I ask a
question.
question? Just like around the around that, like you said, if people are paying attention, then they'll choose to merge mine the chain launch. Let's say, for example, that people like it's a worldwide network, so some people might be sleeping when the block height activates for the chain launch. Is it possible to like initiate the chain and then let's say go to sleep, and then when it actually launches, then you'll already be part of it, or do you like? Do you see what I'm saying, or does it have to be upon or after the activation? Only then can you participate.
Yeah, you can load and you can try to mine, and it will not mine until it's time. So you can do that.
Actually, Juliano, I do have a script that detects new change launches and spins up that daemon automatically. So if you have Linux, you can run that script on a cron job, for example, every hour or every 15 minutes, whatever you want, and it will start up new chains. And if possible, start merge mining it. So basically, if you have such a mechanism, you can just go to sleep and wake up with 3 or 4 or 5 new chain launches happened while you were sleeping.
Okay, cool, amazing. I was even thinking in the case of like just with the GUI, you can see sometimes the activation height of a pending currency launch or a pending chain launch. So so yeah, then like if you're paying attention enough, then you could probably see something will be coming. But I guess yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
There's another thing that happens. So the first thing that happens when a chain gets defined is the fee goes up to like, the block reward fee percentage immediately goes up to like whatever the block reward is plus almost 50, around 50. So right now we got a 6 block reward. Somebody launches a chain. All of a sudden you're earning 56 Verus per block for some time. Many people might notice that, and that is on the definition. And so you're like, oh, wow, someone just defined a chain. Even if you don't have a script or, you might want to go look and see what chains are defined and when they launch, because then you have a chance to also mine and earn there. And these are not like block reward in the sense that there's no inflation happening. Somebody decided to launch a chain, and that gives everyone on the network more opportunity to earn. So, there will be multiple ways to notice if people are paying attention. And that's kind of built into the protocol that it helps get the word out that this is happening.
I think the fee pool is so, I mean, I'm not saying it's underrated, but I think it's so, I guess, innovative in a sense where it's not very the common way. And like you just mentioned, so much of like the value creation comes from either inflation or burning. Whereas in this case, it like takes the value and it actually circulates it the way that a healthy economy actually would. And it doesn't mean that there can't be new value created out of thin air. It's not necessarily out of thin air, like people are creating things or whatever. But yeah, you just reminded me of that when you mentioned about inflation.
I don't want to interrupt the quiz thing that we're doing, but you just said something about creating new value, and I have an opinion that I'd like to express if I can take a minute to do that. I'll boink.
Sure, go ahead.
So if you launch a blockchain and that chain really has a reason to exist, what reasons would a blockchain have to exist? Well, you need more scale, you need more block space, you're serving a community that wants to retain their value. It's part of the new internet. It's a new blockchain, part of the new internet. Why does cryptocurrency have value? Well, there was an original reason why Bitcoin has value. And there's an original reason why ETH has value. And Verus actually has kind of this combination of many reasons, including that. The reason that Bitcoin had value was just because it was simply really, really hard to get. It didn't give you some special power except the ability to use the ledger, but it was really hard to get because when mining became more and more competitive, it became harder and harder to get. That isn't yet an economy, but it is a reason why if you want to transact on that network with that, then you need to get that currency, and there's only a limited amount to go around. So everybody got this idea that it's like, ultrasound money because, it's like the Ethereum thing, it's being burned or something. This isn't what gives money value. There's a certain aspect of the scarcity around Bitcoin that was true, but now, it's more of like, it's got the network effect. So people know Bitcoin, they might take it. It's more like that is what actually makes it valuable because the ledger itself isn't groundbreaking in any way. And so what really makes at the fundamental level, when you launch a blockchain that joins the Internet of Value, whether it's, and I'm thinking about PBaaS chains, but this really applies to any real blockchain that's really trying to do something or being used for something. When you launch that blockchain, the native currency of that blockchain, it's not just a token or something that is part of a business or a credit for tickets or a pre-purchase, Kickstarter credit or whatever it happens to be that you could do on a blockchain. It isn't that. It's just that it is the security of that entire economy of that network embodied in that currency. And that even applies to Bitcoin, even though it wasn't proof of stake. And what Verus is the proof of work combined with the proof of stake binds it more strongly without making it a permission system. So it's still permissionless, but it gives it that much more actual value. It's not actually making value out of thin air. It's a real functional, valuable network that has permanent IDs on it that can do these conversions, that has MEV resistant DeFi, that can handle transactions, and that's connected to the rest of the Internet of Value. And that currency is its security currency, and it didn't exist before that blockchain launched. Okay. Now, could you launch a worthless project that's made by a group that doesn't know what they're doing and has no vision for why they even need a blockchain, and that blockchain wasn't probably needed, and that's not going to be a valuable thing they created? Of course, people can do that. But if somebody creates a new blockchain that has a purpose to exist, they've created new value. If they launch a new blockchain that is a collaboration among people worldwide that has a reason to exist, that is new value. And that currency, when you launch that, you have the ability, when you launch a blockchain, to issue some amount of that currency into the bridge for that new currency. Not selling it to anybody, it's issued into the bridge because that's needed. Technically, that's needed for the operation of the protocol to easily cross these boundaries and to allow applications to be written in this way. It's a utility that's needed, okay? But it also represents actual real new value. Now, how much value? I don't know. I don't know how much value, but people decide. Because when you launch a new blockchain, if you have a new blockchain that has, say, 50% Verus and 50% of the new blockchain's currency in its bridge, and then you issue some amount from that new blockchain as the only pre-allocation, it's not to anyone, it's just goes into the bridge, which is really like to everyone in a fair way, then everyone who joins in that launch using Verus, if that is the only other currency, is part of defining what new value is being created. And when that is actually launched, that would end up being a 200% currency if you don't do something with that extra value that was created, like pre-allocate to a foundation that has a particular, charter or these kinds of things, or provide a pre-launch discount, donate back to the Verus Coin Foundation for all that, we've tried to do to make this work, that will continue to go back into the foundation you're building on, and then, pre-allocate to a foundation. And when you're all done with all that, if you take a pre-allocation or if you take a pre-launch discount plus donate back plus a pre-allocation of, say, 35, 40% for a foundation for this new project, that actually ends up with 100% bridge currency at the end of it. No fractional amounts at all. If you don't do something like that, the new value has been created and mathematically it cannot be ignored. And so if you do not pre-allocate any amount of that new fractional currency to anywhere else, then if you have a 33% of the new currency in there and it's issued in, then the price is going to go up on chain 33% immediately at launch. Or actually, it's going to be 66%. If you don't do something and you have 50%, it's going to go up. It's going to be double the market cap of what you expected. And what's going to happen is, or not what you expected, it's going to be easy to expect, but it's going to be double of what people put in because the new value is there. It's created, and you cannot ignore that mathematically it's created and defined by the launch, by everybody. And if you launch a blockchain and the bridge currency ends up being worth twice as much as what it was when people participated in that launch, I predict that it's going to be a moral hazard and that some people are going to end up, it's not going to be good for everybody because I think people will want to take profits or something. And, just I don't really know how that'll work. I'm sure we'll see some examples of people doing different things. But I think that a reasonable way to direct this new value, which is created at the moment that this launch happens, is to consider, ways that can go back into the ecosystem to support this new project and to support the foundation on which it rests. And so for kind of in that model, I know that we're talking about like on an AI chain that maybe an AI chain launch might have, a 10% back to the Verus Coin Foundation. Other people are talking that they do a launch, they might do a 5% back. And, I think a 5% would be very much an appreciated and good way to support the overall ecosystem. But then that leaves a fair amount for potential pre-launch discount if you're going to limit the initial participation for the people who get in on the pre-launch so that they get some amount of appreciation, but it's just a discount, and it's not, they don't just all of a sudden have locked in double profits that they're going to want to exit from. And then that makes it so that people don't want to just go and continue to participate. I think it's you can plan a smooth transition from pre-launch to post-launch, but you have to understand that I believe if you make a token on the chain, the value of that token has to be defined by what it can do in the context of applications or other things, what it can do in the context of business, what it's worth in the context of a pre-launch of something like a Kickstarter, if it's a token for an ID, whatever it happens to be, in that sense, these are like tickets and coupons, and they could be reflected in different things and they can be paired in liquidity baskets to help determine value. But when you launch an actual part of the network, you're creating bandwidth, you're creating block space, you're creating a functional, real extension of the Internet of Value, and you're creating value. And that value needs to be accounted for in that PBaaS launch And while it seems like, oh, woohoo, you know, we could just take all this profit, I think it should be thought about in every PBaaS launch, how that ends up being healthy as part of the launch. So, and I'm sure that, you know, in some cases, people are going to want, if they're depending on what they want to do with those initial funds, they're obviously going to want to talk to lawyers and everything else. And we don't talk about legal advice, but this is how the math works. So just this point about value, don't let anybody say or don't accept any statement that, you know, blockchain currencies don't actually have any real value, because they're the thing that lets you use the blockchain. And if that blockchain has value to be used, then they have value. And if a new one is launched and it has an issuance into its bridge and the world says it has this much value, well, you know, that's probably the value it has right now. So if there's a token that's hyped up, you know, and that token ends up being really just some guy issued it and is taking most of the money from it, well, you know, it's really a kind of a different model than what we're talking about. In this model, these are security tokens that determine the security and usage of this new part, this new independent part of the Internet of Value. And there's a real value in every native currency on the entire network of one degree or another. Just a thing I wanted to mention if people hadn't thought of that.
Amazing, incredible. Thanks for that detail and the distinction. And even just on Verus Network, being able to create a token for whatever purpose, whether it's to fundraise for yourself and your efforts, or just it somehow creates value, even if you have like some influence. It has its own realm of value, and then actually just the name itself. The beautiful thing about like the names. For somebody that might have value, and so just by creating the name, there's value there. And I think just one thing I wanted to mention about the fee pool is that it's almost like an extension or iteration of like this, even the referrals for IDs. Like already you have this kind of network economy going on, and it's just an incredible system. And unfortunately, I just wanted to say last thing that I do need to step away. I have to get to an appointment, but I'm so happy the party is still going. And thanks Rozo and Oink and everyone else who's like putting things together and making it a fun time for everyone and for everyone else who's participating. And yeah, I gotta go, but I maybe you'll still be around in like an hour or whatever. And if not, you know, I look forward to seeing you around, and I will connect with you, Mike, about the Tuesday thing. And anyway, okay, great, everyone. Love you all, and take care, and see you around. Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I want to thank everyone too, and I do also have to step away, even though I might come back as well. But unless we're going to continue the quiz, I can hang out for a little longer. So because I interrupted it, I don't want to just interrupt and then step away. So I'll see, and then I'll hang out if we're continuing the quiz for a little bit, and I'll drop off in the near future. But thanks everyone for really, really helping to make this, you know, this 5-year journey culminate in such a great event. And, you know, I can't tell you how it feels to have people describing the different parts of the protocol, even in the quiz, and understanding how things fit together. So thanks everyone for all that you've all done on this journey. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I can keep going with these quizzes. Let's see. Well, you've kind of sparked one in mind based on the prior conversation you guys are having. There's one A couple good ones I would like to do, but I can't get to my main computer, so I'll see what I can come up with otherwise. But for now, every time there's a conversion made, what percentage of that conversion is paid to that liquidity pool, and that liquidity pool grows by what percentage? It's the same answer. And then is there a percentage that goes to miners or stakers, and what is that? I kind of see the right answer. So there's a fee that stays in the liquidity pool that helps the liquidity pool grow every time there's a conversion. That same, well, there is a fee that does it go to miner and stakers, and then what percentage is it that goes to miners and stakers if there is? So it costs ultimately how much to do a conversion? Oh, Lynn got it right early on. The robot. Sorry, Lynn. I missed that early. I didn't see it. But yes, 0.025% stays in the pool, and then 0.025% goes to miners and stakers. So it ultimately costs 0.05% to do a conversion.
And I
But-
do have to say something about that. If
Go
you
ahead.
convert through a pool from one token to another one, you're absolutely right. It's 0.05%. But if you convert into the pool token, it is only 0.025%. And that does not stay in the pool, but goes to miners and stakers. So your question was not really clear that you had to go through a pool.
Oh, wait. Just one last thing to be completely accurate. The fees are always split between the pool and miners and stakers. So the fees are added up and then they're split. And then there's even another place where they go. One part of the half that goes to miners and stakers, 10% of that goes to the exporting. Let's see, it gets divided up so that it goes to the exporting actually it's to the exporting miner. So it's actually to the miner who packaged up the bundle of transactions that go into that entire solve for that block. So if you bundle up a bunch of transactions for a solve, then you'll actually end up earning a larger percentage of those transactions than the 100%. Than the 1% from the fee pool, because it comes back to you when that's solved a little bit more. And so I think it ends up being a total of 50% of all the fees go into the liquidity basket. I think it's like 35% of the remaining fees go to miners and stakers, and then I think 15% are divided between the miner who did the export, whether it's on that chain or another chain, the miner who submitted the notarization if it's a cross chain, and if it's a cross chain, then it's randomly distributed between the remaining part, which is I think another 5%, is randomly distributed among the witnesses, the notaries. So it's a little more complex than that. And since we're having that discussion, I just wanted to mention, I would actually think the 50%, so the 0.25% is correct when you're talking about, is generally correct when you're talking about the through, as you said, Oink. When you're talking about going into the liquidity pool, it becomes 0.015 or 125%, I guess. And then there's that little extra detail about miners and stakers that are merge mining get a little more of a boost out of those fees than just through the fee pool, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense to me. Okay, Rosel, what do you say? Lynn has it?
Yeah, he got it really early on, actually.
Yeah.
I missed that.
I
But yeah,
noticed.
so this thing is great as we go through and learning all these little minute parts of it and learn how the system actually works and different opportunities and things within the ecosystem. Let's see. How much does it cost to launch a token on Verus?
Okay, Rosso, you picked the right answer.
I might even be a little confused myself. Isn't it 200 Verus plus the fee? Or I see you said if you already have an ID, it's actually only 100 Verus.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't understand that before. So if you already have the ID, that's why they say 200, because you have to purchase the ID plus the 100 Verus. So, I would assume that the 200 is correct, even
Yeah.
though I didn't understand how it split up before, too.
Oh, okay.
See, I even learned something, the questionnaire.
Yeah, that's the reason why I give the answers, not to win anything, but just a bit explanation. And I can do that in text, and I can do that in voice, and sometimes I'll do both. So if you have already an ID, it costs you 100 plus the transaction fee, so 100.0001. And whatever you get the ID for, if it's gifted or not, that all doesn't matter. If you have a mainnet ID, a top level ID, so to speak, you can use that to launch a currency. So in line with your answer, Fluzo is the first one. BlockTech already tagged him. Thank you, Block. Dip.
Here is a objective question. This is going to be a little bit different than what we've been doing. The community is going to vote, and the one with the highest vote wins this prize. So the question is, what do you think would be a good token to launch on Verus? What use case? What would that token be, and what would the use case be? These are really good suggestions. Now the question is who's going to win by the community vote?
Okay,
And you can't
how are
vote for
we
your
going to
own.
vote? How
Can't
are
vote
we
for your
going
own.
to vote? By putting a thumbs up on the one you like most?
Yeah. Just or one reaction, whatever it is, clap, thumbs up, but thumbs up preferably. right. Voting looks like it's in the top spot. Okay. Mustard's back for a tie. Tickets also in a tie. And then as a social token. All right, who's gonna break the tie? Come on, guys, we need a couple more voters, and then we'll get the next question. Seems like there's a whole lot of choices, but it looks like tickets won. Now, does anybody feel like going into why tickets is a good one? Because I think there's some extra technologies that's involved with tickets. Mike or anybody?
I can't pick a use case. You know, I mean, there are so many things you could do with tickets too, but I can't pick a use case that's better than another. I actually think that there are so many use cases. I'm sorry to do this, but I think there are so many use cases that probably the most amazing use cases we haven't even thought of yet.
Well, I was actually hinting at the proof of burn. Isn't there a proof of burn for tickets? Does that enable ticket purchases and use?
Oh yeah, well yeah, you could. I mean, but burning applies to all the different kinds of currencies except native, by the way. There's no built-in mechanism to burn native currency, but you can burn, for example, a token through the token. You could burn a fractional currency, but if you burn a fractional currency, for example, if you burn tickets, here's an example. It's a weird thing. Like, say tickets were fractional currencies, then when you burn your ticket, like you use it, all the other ticket holders' tickets would be worth a little bit more because now you have less supply and the same amount of reserves. So yes, you can burn tokens and you can burn currencies, and some of them have different effects when you burn them. And if you have a centralized currency, Michael Toot Jr. Did actually I can see that he did a bachelor's thesis using he's here on the call. Either DM me and tell me I shouldn't say anything, or you can tell me you could say it yourself. But basically, there was a burn change weight, which a centralized currency can do, that he incorporated into this model of replacing a bond issuance for funding a public transportation network that they did in Hawaii with fractional currency incorporated into the public infrastructure and having the funding come through the public and taxes, and then making it all work with this burn change weight. And so if you've got a centralized currency, you can burn currency to raise the weight. Like if you have a currency and you burn all of the extra space, you could make a currency that was not 100% currency into 100% currency as a centralized party with burn change weight. So I think that, I can't be the one to decide these things, honestly, because I think of too many possibilities. So I think somebody else has to say, what do they think is the best use case out of these ones offered? Because they're all good.
I was you had to choose. There's votes.
I mean, the energy use case that Ireland's doing is pretty amazing. I mean, that's currency launches. We did that we showed them how that could work with all bits, putting together a blockchain and defining some different IDs, and then Oink and all bits and me. We just took the roles of the different parties in the energy currency system, and it just all worked. I mean, we didn't need to program things as much as just use the system, and they had their design of what they wanted to achieve over time, and it already did everything that they wanted to achieve over time. And so it means that the rest that remains is just for the people who are doing the metering and the other parts, to finish those parts and the applications to use it. And then it just, that's the proof of concept. So there are a lot of options. There are, what about just somebody who has really cool IDs and they make those IDs available as baskets that, can be portfolio baskets that sell IDs. I know it might be an interesting thing to do. I'm just saying, Winnie Mandela, yeah, something's going on in Ireland. Yeah, the Irish, it was announced. Fluzio says he's gonna drop the announcement there. Yeah, they're doing collaboration that was originally with VMware and Dell and the Irish Electricity Supply Board. And there's the announcement. Dell, as I understand it, is being replaced in the project by a different company with large data centers in Ireland. But as far as I know, it's all just moving forward and things are fine. I mean, there wasn't what we kind of learned is that we have what they needed in order to do what it is they're trying to do. So, it didn't leave a lot of work for the Verus community to do as much as for them to just use the network for PBAS to go active and these things. Anyways, so as far as use cases, I think there are a lot and people have put out a lot of them. And so if you want me to have to choose one, I really can't. It might be one that I think of, and that doesn't seem like it would be fair.
You don't have to choose. The community voted already. It was tickets. There was 10
Okay.
votes for tickets.
Okay, good.
That's how we got the ticket one to start with. And I would just remember that there was some functionality that enabled tickets to function or a little bit different. And I thought that was the proof of burn. But yeah, let's see. So Cargon won that one. And so the next one, as we were talking about, as they were thinking, is what are the block times? Hold on, 1 second. What are the block times capable of the ecosystem? What is the minimum and what is the maximum?
I think the answers are in, Rosso. So, who had 10 seconds and 2 minutes? 10 seconds, 2 minutes. That's the first one. Coin miner it is.
I thought it was 3 minutes, or is it 2 minutes?
According to the release notes, it's 2 minutes.
Mike?
10 seconds to 2 minutes.
Okay. I've read
And
3
for
minutes
those
somewhere.
for those that want to look it up quickly, the release notes are in the wiki nowadays. Let me see, who was it? Coin miner. Coin miner, you win.
Looks like Coin Miner got it. Okay, so we've already done, we can merge mine 22 chains simultaneously. How many chains can you stake simultaneously? And what are your limitations? Hard for me to look at the answers right now, but I did it just a minute ago. I believe we've got a winner. Did you pick it already, Oink?
No, I didn't. I was actually helping someone else. I think AVI has the best answer. You're not when staking is concerned, you're not limited to a single machine. You can, for example, create a farm of machines running hundreds of daemons. As long as no two daemons are staking the same wallet, you can use them all for staking. For the regular Joe like me, if you have one system, yes, you are limited by the hardware capabilities of your machine, and generally memory is the first bottleneck. So in theory, there's no limitation apart from hardware capabilities. So I'm going to go for AVI. By the way, I think I would have what you would call a cloud in my house.
So to clarify, it sounds like you need about 3 to 4 gigs of RAM for every chain you want to stake on that machine, roughly.
No, it depends. It also depends on the size of the chain, the size of the wallet, the activity of the wallet, how many transactions are in it. Basically, if you spin up a PBaaS chain, it will take some room, but not as much as the Verus main chain. So, yeah, it really depends on the age of the chain and the wallet for memory. Avi.
And that brought me up to another question while you were doing it. That's not really a question for everybody, but for, I guess, for all of us to learn. When you're staking on multiple machines or even merge mining, I guess maybe not merge mining, but staking, yeah, you would just activate that particular state. Never mind. I answered my own question before I even answered it. So are we, do we want to do more quizzes, or what are you guys thinking? Is everybody having fun, or you guys want to change it up?
I'm having fun, but my cats not so much. They are really want to be fed, and so do I actually, because we've been at it for over 4 hours. But there's still a good amount of people in here.
Yeah, we've just
So-
begun. Come on, Oink. We've just begun.
Can you take over, Chris?
Sorry, I've been away. My internet connection was bad. As Rosa was saying, yeah, it's good to see everyone in here. Yeah, if anyone's got any questions, happy to answer. Just put them in the chat. Just put them in the, wherever you can. Great.
Okay. I'm going to be offline for a few minutes because I need to.
Cool.
Yeah, I need to eat.
No, you don't. Your food is hash rates and your.
Yep, and I'm defecating Verus coin. Right, sure.
That might not be such a bad thing, actually. It's more Verus coin. Anyways, let's move on. When a new blockchain launches on the network, how long is it proof of work only, and before it switches to the hybrid proof of work and proof of stake?
I'm not sure that is a correct question, because when you launch a PBaaS check, is it? Tell me, I might be getting the wrong end of the stick, but if I'm mistaken, when you launch a chain, it is basically the beauty about PBAS chains and Verus, and they're not they're not para chains, they're not hybrid chains. They are fully independent mineable blockchains, which are exactly the same as Verus, the Verus coin chain. But the thing is, obviously, it exists and it was spawned off Verus, so it knows. Verus knows that it's going to be a PBAS chain. But if you launch that chain on its own without even linking it to Verus, it would be its own independent chain. So how could you worry about the blocks or anything if it's its own independent chain? Because it's just going to obey the rules of Verus, isn't it? It's just going to be mineable, stakeable. So whatever chain you launch, it'll be the same.
Well, let me try to re-clarify the question, maybe. So when the chain launches, it's going to have to launch, I guess, as a proof of work, because there's no way to stake it. Nobody has any coins in order to stake yet, right? If there was no pre-mine or no nothing, wouldn't there have to be a period where it's just proof of work, like Verus's launch, and then it would roll into proof of stake? So there would have to be coins in the network. Or am I wrong about that?
That nuance is correct,
true.
because as you
This is true.
start to build the balance of coins on that blockchain, then that balance of coins becomes stakeable. So if
Right.
you're the first ever miner to mine, you're going to have to wait a good 200 or 300 blocks before those any spendable UTXO is available to stake in the first place. So yes, I think for example, if I launch if anybody can do this, by the way, if they want to launch their own private little test chain, which is fully mineable, fully stakeable, they don't want to run it on testnet. They just want you just want to run a personal chain just to try something out. If you do that, you can define how much pre-launch you get. So you could define billions of coins. So okay, the billions of coins will be a pre-mine launch, but as you run that chain, those billions of coins won't be instantly available to stake. Because you have to go.
Chris.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
No, it's okay. Let me interrupt for one moment. Here's the thing about the launch on a new chain. Okay. Every staking UTXO needs to be 150 blocks old. So you can't stake for at least 150 blocks. For staking, it needs to be 150 blocks old. So what you said about getting the mining rewards, that's all true. Okay. But on a PBAS chain, if there is a pre-allocation, that's immediately spendable. So the pre-allocation at the very beginning, or basically anything that comes out at the very beginning, not even the pre-conversions, those are spendable and they can be used within the first 150 blocks. And then but after 150 blocks. And then mining and staking, same thing. It could be, mining from block 1 could stake block 151, I believe, for example. But no one will be able to stake until, I think, block 151 anyways. And then moving forward, it's what you said, as the mining rolls into then 50% mining and staking. And it's always important for every chain to have enough emission at the beginning to get a combination of mining and staking. Another important thing, because through mining and staking, you have more security because you have both of they're slightly different motivation, capital, all these different things that create them. They turn into overlapping but not the same populations, and so it ends up being more decentralized. And when you're merge mining and merge staking to do the auto notarization, you have to alternate between mining and staking. So if you don't have enough of a supply, distribution to actually do any staking on the network, then you're not going to be able to have a nice secure connection to the rest of the network because it's decentralized, unless you made it, more of a centrally controlled chain, which you can do. So just a couple points that are subtle on the fact that in block 1, there are some UTXOs, all of the originally emitted. And the main reason for that is that the first thing that has to be able to happen out of that block 1 is that the witnesses and the notaries need to start getting that process going so that you get the connection back and the first chain to then notarize. But, different people could make a different block 1, but they have to follow the rules or they'll never get it notarized back. So it's always good to be using a chain that's once notarized at least back into its launch chain. That proves that the launch chain agrees that that was correct. And also, if you're using the regular Verus wallet, then you'll know that it's the right one when you load it. But every miner who starts, people asked earlier, can I leave my miner to start mining when it's not? You can. And you might be the one to mine block 1. But the whole network's going to have to agree who is. So when block 1 starts, then people will follow. It's like that's the beginning of the chain, and people will follow block 1. It's a decentralized launch. So it's that needs to then be able to be notarized back in. So you need to be able to start spending something. And because the chain's either good or it's not, at least that first block is spendable. And over time, it could even be reasonable to say up until the first notarization is spendable, that's more work. So just a little subtle point. Everything you said was right, and I was still on. So I just wanted to clarify that one little point of that there is some at the beginning, but it kind of doesn't change the first block where you're able to start staking.
Understood. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah. So it's 150 minutes more or less, but you can start immediately. It just won't activate until that 150th block. Awesome. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll have to think of something. I got sidetracked. Listen, anybody has any good questions?
I didn't, Monkins, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to clarify that one point, and I think all your other points were good, and so you can keep going if you weren't finished. I'm sorry I just wanted to clarify that one point. And now I'll drop off.
No problem. No problem. I've got a bad connection at the moment, and my internet dropped out, so I'm on my cell phone. But yeah, so Rosa, if you any more questions, happy to ask. So,
Well, these aren't actually these aren't direct questions. These are, it's the quiz. We're just kind of, people are answering the quiz for a prize, more or less. So I'm trying to come up with random questions to ask about Verus that we can learn about at the same time, and people can have an opportunity to win. Um, oh, here. This kind of reminds me of this. I don't know if this is necessarily a question or not, but yes, I guess it is a question. I don't know if Mike is still here, but we kind of did this earlier.
And I was on about the great thing about
Oh, Chris, you seem to be breaking up. But what it was boiling down to is we had the question
might have
earlier.
a lag, might have a satellite delay from the UK, but I was saying the great thing about testnet is the just immense compared to the Ethereum. You know,
You're breaking up pretty bad, Chris. So I see Mike is still here. He might be the one to answer this. So technically, we asked this question earlier. How many chains can you merge mine? And the answer came out to be 22. But there's something that I thought about, or Mike kind of mentioned in the last answering he just did, that made me think that the answer was technically wrong, unless it counts as one. And that's what I would like to clarify. So merge mining, we can merge mine the main chain and then 21 other chains simultaneously, which gives us a total of 22. But we forgot to mention the bridge keeper. How does the bridge keeper count as that? Does the bridge keeper count as one of the 21, or can we actually do 23?
Well, the bridge keeper does not count as one of the 22, but it's not really mining another, it's not merge mining really another chain. You are mining the bridge, you know, but you're not really merged. So, because like when you're staking, when you're validating a bridge, it's staking and mining, you know, and they're both needed, but it isn't really the same thing as when we say merge mining, it really refers to that sharing of the hash power across those different chains. And the truth is, over time, that can be changed to have a different, you know, much higher upper limit. But right now, the reason not to change it is, you know, we're leveraging all of the existing infrastructure of blockchain mining and pools and all these different things. And it's very hard for these all the different programs and miners. They usually make some hard-coded assumptions about the size of different data structures. And so we didn't go out and say we're going to change the data structure size, you know, and that's really why we have a 22 across an unlimited number of chains. You can merge mine 22, and that's really the sharing of the hash. But you can have bridges that you're supporting across a much larger number of chains, for example, through staking and mining. And that's a little bit different. So yes, what you're saying, if you wanted to include the bridge, you could say it's 23, but it's really not it's not really the same as merge mining, I would say.
True. I was just thinking that we can say you're mining though, but not merge mining. But all right, thank you for clarifying. I was wondering how that worked exactly. Let me think of another question. Hold on a second. How many IDs have currently been purchased to this moment right now? Okay, blockchain check wins with 18,983 IDs have been purchased since the launch of the IDs. What can be used to create IDs? What characters are available and what characters are not? I don't know if Oink is back yet or not, but I think BlockCheck got it as the most complete answer. Let me double check the
agree.
character. Okay, this can be a second question. What character set are we talking about? Okay, you guys are all right, but it includes something. So you can't just say that character set because I think you have to say that plus something else. Right? There you go. So blockchain tech got it again. Too many hints, I think. All right. Okay. Now, how many emojis are there available to be used as a single emoji? Individual different emojis. Looks like Flusosaurus got that one with 1874. There's 1,874 emojis on the current availability. I think every year they try to add about 10 to 15. So if you guys are collecting emojis, stay on top of that. Every year they add so many, and you can kind of see what they've got planned out a few years out. Here's a fun one. What days were we at consensus last year?
Thursday through Sunday.
Yeah, it looks like participation is getting low on the questions. It has been a lot of fun, and I'm starting to run out of stuff to ask. Although I don't know. Yeah, pretty much running out of things. Anybody have anything else they would like to do, or should we start talk about wrapping this up? We've been at it for quite a while. It's been a fun party. Anybody open a bottle of champagne or anything along those lines? Trying to look up when we were at consensus exactly. Looking for the blog post. Let's see. Where is it? Here it is. Yep, June 9th to June 12th. So who said that first? But yeah, it has been a lot of fun, guys. We should probably go ahead and start wrapping this up. We've been doing these questionnaires for quite a while. Does anybody have any, maybe we should probably go ahead and kill that. Does anybody have any questions or anything they want to ask? How to do something or anything along those lines? Anything anybody would like the mic? Well, it looks like it's on me to keep the show going. But yeah, I think we're running low on questions and participants in the question side of it. So I think we'll go ahead and wrap this up. We've been at this for several hours at this point. I think it's been a great event. I've, even being the questioner, I had a chance to learn a couple of things. So I look forward to seeing everybody on Tuesday if you have a chance to be around. I don't know if we have a countdown clock for a time for that block height. So if somebody could figure out what the block height is, I think it's already been posted in the announcement, what time that is going to be on Tuesday. Obviously today's the main celebration. So pop your bottles of champagne and everything today, but we expect that to happen on Tuesday. There'll be some emails that are going out. Safe Trade is also sending some out to their people. We're sending out ours. So once everything's activated, we'll do social media stuff and let everybody kind of know. And then it's just a matter of teaching people how and what to build, or not what to build, but how they can build and the capabilities that Verus has and stuff like that. So, all right. Well, I appreciate everybody coming today and participating. I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up the live stream. So I'm going to turn that off here in just a couple of minutes. You guys are, feel free to kind of hang out, chit chat. We can, if anybody is interested, maybe do some live demos or something along those lines, or if you guys don't feel like you have to rush out of here or anything, but we're just going to wrap up the official party more or less and cut the live stream, and no more questions from me. Just chit chat. So, all right, guys, thanks again for coming.